Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grimhammer. Tonight we have some Alpha Legion on Orc Madness. Before we get into the chaos, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor or the Dark Gods. I want to thank you guys for support. Y'all been killing it like always. Now, let's get to the madness.
The storm opened its eye above Kaurava 4th. It did not turn like weather. It did not gather as cloud or nebula or void-borne radiation. It did not obey gravity, thermal drift, stellar pressure, or any law the machine spirits of imperial augurs could name in their clicking, binharic prayers. It tore itself across the black, like a wound remembering the blade that made it. It pulsed in the void, vast and raw, a bruise of impossible colour around a rent in space, where the immaterium pressed its wet mouth against reality. The first Imperial Patrol Flotilla logged it as distortion. The second named it stellar interference. The third sent astropathic warning, then vanished before the message completed. When the ships returned, they did not return whole. Their hulls drifted out of the storm days later, although the chronometers of Kaurava Station insisted only hours had passed. Their prows were open like split skulls. Their gun decks bled frozen trails of crew matter into the void. Their chapel bays were black with fire that could not burn in vacuum. Across the inner bulkheads, dead ratings had carved the 8-pointed star with broken teeth, snapped finger bones, mess knives, and fragments of their own rib cages. Some had cut until their hands were gone. Some had kept cutting after death, guided by things that had crawled into them through dreams. Vox traffic followed. Not signals, not language, not sane distress. The listening posts above Kaurava 4th heard hymns played backward through drowning throats. They heard officers screaming execution orders in voices no longer their own. They heard prayers to the God Emperor melting into laughter, and then into the barking syllables of demons. One Auspex servitor bolted into the spine of orbital bastion St. Crast, burst its eye lenses, and spoke a single phrase in a tongue that made every mortal within earshot bleed from the gums. The storm seas. Then the bastion lost power. Then it fired on the planet below. By the time the first macro shell struck the ash plains of Kaurava 4th, Lord Ferevius Carron was already standing beneath the peninsula of Isolt, listening to the impact through the bones of the world. The chamber around him had once been an agricultural shrine, one of those squat imperial reliquaries where starving workers begged dead saints for better harvests and longer ration lines. Carron had remade it. The saint statues were still there, but they hung upside down from chains of black iron. Their faces had been planed flat. Their stone mouths were full of nails. The walls were covered in hydra scales worked from flensed ceramite and beaten brass. War banners hung in the incense murk, not displayed as trophies, but as lies waiting to be worn. The Alpha Legion did not build fortresses as other warriors built them. They built questions. Every corridor beneath Isolt went somewhere it should not. Every locked gate opened for one code and killed for another. Every shrine chamber had 3 purposes, one obvious, one hidden, and one known only to Carron. The mortals who served there called it a temple. The legionaries called it a command nexus. Carron called it a beginning. He stood before a hololithic projection of the system, his armor burnished in the gloom, scaled plate of cobalt and sea green darkened by soot, blood, and old ritual oils. His helm rested beneath one arm. His face was pale and severe, eyes too bright with the fever that lived behind them. A lesser warlord would have ranted at the storm. A lesser butcher would have praised it. Carron studied it. Around him waited his lieutenants, giants in warped power armor, hydra marked and silent. They were killers bred from ancient treachery, sons of a legion that had made deception into sacrament. They could wait for years to fire a single shot. They could burn a world by changing one line of code in a tithe manifest. They could wear loyalty like a second skin until the moment the knife entered the spine. Yet even they watched Carron carefully. He was Alpha Legion. That meant patience, misdirection, adaptation, and murder carried out through the hands of others. But Carron was also a thing gnawed from within. Beneath the layered plans and cold logic, something red and brass beat against the inside of his skull. Khorne had his scent. The blood god had not made him stupid. That would have been mercy. The blood god had made him hungry while leaving him clever enough to know exactly how. Much damage hunger could do. Some of his warriors whispered that Carron could plan like Alfarius and kill like a world eater. Carron let the whisper live. Fear was discipline when loyalty grew thin. A mortal intelligence officer knelt before him on the iron decking. The man wore the uniform of the Kauravan Planetary Defense Force, though the Aquila had been removed and the flesh beneath it branded with a hydra. His hands shook. He held 3 data slates above his bowed head. Carron did not look at him. "Report." The mortal swallowed blood from a bitten tongue. "Fuel reserves at St. Nereus Depot are poisoned, Lord. The additives will not trigger alarm until ignition. Their armor will stall during deployment." Continue. "The astropathic choirs have accepted the replacement cipher prayers. Their outbound distress will route through our relay before leaving the system. We may edit panic into silence, or silence into command, as you will it." Continue. "Manufactorum overseers in Isolt, Mordecai Ridge, and the outer turbine fields have turned. Some believe they serve an emergency junta. Some believe they serve the throne. None know they serve you." One of the Alpha Legionaries gave a soft click over the vox, amusement without warmth. The mortal shivered harder. "And the refugee columns?" Carron asked. "Seeded, Lord. Preachers, corpse handlers, ration scribes, medici orderlies, cart drivers, all carrying the phrases as instructed. The first cult cells will wake when spoken to." "Good." The mortal lowered his head until his brow touched the deck. Carron finally looked down at him. "Stand." The man tried. His knees nearly failed. Carron drew a bolt pistol with the lazy grace of a duelist accepting a cup. The weapon was ancient, black-cased, the muzzle inscribed with words that hurt to read. He placed it against the mortal's forehead. The man did not beg. Training, terror, or simple exhaustion kept him still. "You have done well," Carron said. The mortal's eyes filled with something like hope. "That is why your death will mean something." The bolt pistol barked once. The officer's skull burst across the deck in a wet fan. Bone chips struck the greaves of the nearest legionary. The corpse remained upright for a heartbeat, hands still raised, then folded into itself and struck the iron. Carron holstered the pistol. "No living chain must connect us to these acts." A lieutenant inclined his helm. "Hydra Dominatus." Carron turned back to the hololith. "Hydra Dominatus." On the surface above, war had not yet officially begun. That was the Imperium's first mistake. At mustering yard Helios Gate, 12,000 Kauravan soldiers received redeployment orders bearing correct command seals, correct priority marks, and correct devotional encryption. Their colonels cursed the confusion, but obeyed. Obedience was the oldest disease in the Imperium. It killed more surely than plague. The soldiers marched into the cathedra vaults beneath the yard, vast reinforced sanctuaries built to preserve regimental strength during orbital bombardment. The doors were thick enough to survive lance fire. The air systems were independent. The walls were blessed with warding script and silvered Aquilas. The last platoon entered under lumen strips that flickered like dying candles. The doors sealed. The officers waited for confirmation from high command. It never came. Instead, the ventilation began to breathe. At first the men smelled incense, sweet, heavy, funereal. Some laughed, some muttered prayers. Then came the corpse gas, green-grey and clinging, sliding low over the floor before rising around boots, knees, waists, throats. Rebreathers failed, filters clogged with black pus, vox beads filled with whispering. Men clawed at their masks. Sergeants ordered calm and fired warning shots into the ceiling. The ceiling answered by bleeding, not water, not oil. Blood ran from the seams of the vault stones in thin, trembling lines. It moved against gravity. It formed symbols on the walls that none of the trapped soldiers understood, and every soul among them feared. Panic came like a beast. Laser guns flashed in the murk. Men trampled men. Officers shot troopers to restore order, then were torn apart by their own squads. The incense thickened. The corpse gas filled lungs and softened thought. Somewhere in the blind crush, voices began chanting in perfect unison. Men who had never spoken the tongue of the warp knew the words. Men who hated heresy praised it with split lips. When the doors opened hours later, no enemy stood outside. The soldiers inside were kneeling, all of them. 12,000 corpses faced the same wall, hands clasped as if in prayer. Their skins had split from throat to navel. The wounds formed 8 pointed stars and coiling hydras, carved from within by pressure of mutation and rite. Their eyes were gone. Their tongues were gone. Their weapons lay untouched before them, polished clean by hands that had peeled themselves raw. A single vox caster remained active in the middle of the vault. It transmitted Carron's voice across the dead yard. "The enemy believes war begins when guns speak," he said. "That is why the enemy is already dead." The message repeated until the local command shrine burned out its own receiving engines. By then, the fires had spread to fuel depots that had not yet ignited, armor columns that had not yet moved, and command echelons that had not yet realized they were obeying orders written by the hand that came to kill them. Carron listened to the reports in silence. He did not smile. Pleasure was waste unless sharpened into purpose. Yet deep within him, something beat its brass fists against the cage of his restraint. The slaughter in the vault had been clean, but it had been distant. He had not heard bones break. He had not felt arterial heat across his gauntlets. He had not watched an enemy's eyes understand the final truth. He flexed his fingers once. A lieutenant noticed. Carron noticed him noticing. The lieutenant looked away. Far from Kaurava 4th, beneath the smoke-bruised skies of Kaurava 2nd, the war had another face. It had tusks. It had iron teeth. It had laughter loud enough to shame artillery. The Rockclaw Mountains rose from the southern continent like the broken spine of some dead planetary god. Their peaks were visible from half the horizon, black and jagged under curtains of industrial smoke. The Imperium had claimed Kaurava 2nd in ink, tithe ledgers and dead officials. The Orks had claimed it in spores, choppers, and the simple fact that they had never left. Long before the first Imperial settler built a wall, the greenskins were in the soil. They waited in fungus, in cave dark, in rusted valleys where old wars had sunk into mud. They emerged whenever men became foolish enough to think a harvest world could be safe. The northern lands were harsh and empty, fit for hermits, beasts, and things with too many teeth. The southern lands were fertile, settled, defended, and always bleeding at the edges. Now the edges were gone. The Orks were coming together. Trucks roared through ravines in packs, exhausts belching black smoke and sparks. Warbikes shrieked over shale slopes. Grots dragged ammunition carts while being kicked, bitten, and occasionally used as ammunition themselves. Boys daubed glyphs in blood and engine grease. Knobs bellowed challenges from scrap towers. Mech boys hammered plates from looted chimeras onto vehicles already too heavy to steer. Burner boys tested their weapons on anything slow enough to catch fire. Squigs fought over severed limbs in the mud. At the center of it all stood Gorgutz Erd Unter. He stood atop a mound of wrecked trucks, broken trophy poles, smashed helmets, and looted Imperial armor. A dead rival boss hung below him from a chain hooked through the jaw, large enough to have once ruled a mountain valley, not large enough to keep it. Gorgutz had beaten him in front of his mob until the ground cracked under them. Then he had torn the boss's trophy pole free, snapped it over one knee, and declared every Ork watching to be his. Most had cheered. A few had not. Those few were now part of the mound. Gorgutz was massive even among war bosses, a slab of green muscle under plates of battered armor and trophies taken from wars across more worlds than most Imperial savants would ever see on a map. His power claw opened and closed with a grinding hunger. His iron gob flashed when he grinned. His eyes were not clever in the human way. They were worse. They were alive with the brutal cunning of a predator that understood weakness because it had spent a lifetime smashing it. A knob clambered up the mound, dragging a captured officer by the ankle. The prisoner's face had been beaten until it looked unfinished. "Boss," the knob barked. "This one says there's more Humies coming from the flatlands." Gorgutz leaned down. "That right?" The officer tried to speak. Blood bubbled from his mouth. Gorgutz sighed, seized him by the chest armor, and shook him until teeth fell onto the scrap below. "Speak proper, you soft pink git." The officer croaked something about command collapse, redeployment, poisoned fuel, and forces vanishing on Kaurava 4th. Gorgutz looked bored until the prisoner said the words Alpha Legion. A few nearby boys went quiet, which for Orks meant they merely stopped shouting and continued breathing like engines. "Spiky Humies?" Gorgutz asked. The officer nodded weakly. "Blue spiky Humies?" Another nod. Gorgutz's grin widened. Behind him, mobs were gathering in their thousands and tens of thousands, though no Ork bothered counting past the point where the number became impressive. They filled the ravines. They overflowed the scrapyards. They painted the mountains green with bodies and noise. The War was not yet at full roar, but it was drawing breath. Gorgutz lifted the officer high so the nearest mobs could see. "Listen up, you runties zoggin' gits," he bellowed. "The Humies is scared. The spiky Humies is sneaking. The whole system's gone soft in the head, so he's gonna do what Orks does best." The mobs leaned toward him. "We's gonna take all of it." The roar that answered him shook rust from the scrap towers. Gorgutz crushed the officer in his claw and tossed the remains into the boys below. They fought over the pieces because fighting over anything was better than not fighting. On Kaurava 4th, Carron watched green icons flicker across a stolen strategic display. "Orkoid concentrations are increasing," a legionary said. "Rockclaw activity has tripled. Intercepted Vox traffic suggests consolidation under a single warlord." Carron studied the glyph clusters. "Name: Gorgutz Eid Unter." The name meant nothing to several mortals in the chamber. It meant something to the veterans. Reputations moved strangely through war. Some travelled by archives, others by survivor testimony. Gorgutz's travelled by the absence of survivors and the persistence of wreckage. "A beast," said one lieutenant. Carron's eyes remained on the display. "A force. Unreliable. All living weapons are unreliable until properly aimed." The lieutenant paused. "You intend to use them?" Carron turned then. The chamber seemed to tighten around him. "I intend to let them believe they are using themselves." On Kaurava 2nd, Gorgutz stared at a crude map scratched into the side of a looted tank. One of his mech boys had painted Kaurava 4th as a black ball with spikes and flames coming out of it. "That where the blue spiky boss is?" Gorgutz asked. The mech boy nodded. "Lots of weird lights, lots of screaming on the long Vox. Good scrap maybe. Bad sky though." Gorgutz laughed through iron teeth. "Bad sky means good fight." He looked toward the smoke-hidden horizon, as if he could see through world, void, storm, and fate to the warlord waiting beneath his salt. Carron saw the Orks as crude biomass to be redirected, a green flood to drown his enemies before he cut channels through the survivors. Gorgutz saw the Alpha Legion as a challenge worth chasing, spiky blue Humies with enough tricks to make the Crumpin interesting. Both warlords smiled in their own ways. Both decided the other would be useful. Both were wrong. The Rockclaw Mountains had never surrendered. The Imperial Guard had tried to make them kneel with artillery, attrition, sanctified bombardment, massed infantry advances, armored spearheads, penal charges, orbital fire, and the slow, strangling patience of siege doctrine. The mountains had answered with avalanches of scrap, ambushes from caves that should have been empty, and green bodies rising from fungus pits long after every Auspec's return claimed the infestation burned clean. Regiments had entered the passes beneath banners of the throne and vanished beneath rust, smoke, and laughter. Commanders had drawn red arrows across tactical maps, naming ridges, valleys, and kill zones with the arrogance of men who believed ink could tame stone. The Orks had renamed those places with teeth. Rocklaw was not a fortress in the imperial sense. It had no symmetry, no blessed curtain walls, no parade grounds, no lines. A fire calculated by sober engineers and approved by nervous colonels. It was a range of black peaks crowned in slag, stitched together by scrap gantries and swaying chains thick as tank barrels. Mech yards clung to cliff faces, belching oily smoke that turned the sky the colour of old bruises. Fungus pits glowed in ravines where green spores drifted in clouds dense enough to choke a man. Squig pens shook with snarls and wet impacts as the beasts tore at one another in the dark. Idols of Gork and Mork loomed above it all, hammered from the hulls of Lehman Russ tanks, Chimera transports, basilisk gun shields, downed aircraft, and the ribbed plates of machines the Imperial Munitorum had long since written off as unrecoverable. The idols were immense, crude, and alive with meaning only Orks could truly feel. One had a jaw made from a Baneblade's frontal glacis and eyes cut from burning promethium drums. Another held a club fashioned from bundled Earthshaker barrels. Grots dangled from ropes along their shoulders, daubing fresh glyphs in blood, oil, and whatever else could be made to smear red. Below them, the War gathered. It was not an army. An army had ranks. An army had lines. An army had officers who believed in plans because they feared what happened without them. The War was an ecosystem of violence. It fed on noise, scrap, hatred, momentum, and the sacred Ork certainty that the next fight would be better than the last. Boys surged through mountain passes in mobs so dense that the ground disappeared under iron boots and clawed feet. Knobs shoved through them like moving fortresses, bigger, scarred, plated in stolen armor and self-importance. Mech boys dragged half-built weapons behind them, arguing with engines that snapped and spat sparks. Storm boys launched themselves from cliff platforms on smoke-belching packs, several exploding before they cleared the gantries, the survivors cheering because any launch that killed someone counted as successful. Tank busters fired rockets at cliff walls for practice, laughing as the detonations rained stone and body parts over their own mobs. Burner boys tested fuel pressure by setting fungus groves alight and chasing screaming grots through the smoke. Defcopters rattled overhead in drunken spirals, blades chopping through ash clouds, pilots whooping through Vox rigs wired together from battlefield salvage. Looted Lehman Russ tanks crawled between scrap towers, Imperial Aquilas hacked away and replaced with grinning glyph plates. Battle wagons rolled like moving junk shrines, their prows covered in spikes, trophies, chains, and screaming prisoners. Trucks bounced across ravines with no concern for bridges, passengers clinging to the sides or falling beneath the wheels in bursts of laughter and profanity. Squiggoths lumbered through the lower valleys with gun platforms lashed to their backs, their hides armoured in bolted plate and their mouths wet with ropes of saliva. Grots ran everywhere, carrying ammunition, tools, severed heads, message sticks, and unexploded shells too heavy for their crooked backs. Weird boys stood in circles of wary boys, twitching under the pressure of the growing War field. Green lightning crawled beneath their skin. Their eyes shone like cracked reactor glass. Every cheer, every engine roar, every fistfight, every murder among the mobs made them shake harder. At the center of the mountain, Thunder was Gorgutz Ed Unter. He sat upon a throne because some grot had told him a proper boss needed one. It had once been the command cupola of a super-heavy tank. The mech boys had cut it out, welded it onto the roof of a wrecked battle wagon, plated it with skulls, and attached a pair of exhaust pipes that belched black smoke whenever Gorgutz shifted his weight. The throne leaned badly to one side. Gorgutz liked it that way. Anything too straight looked imperial, and anything imperial needed either looting or breaking. He watched his War with iron teeth showing through a slow grin. This was how a world should sound. Not the thin whine of imperial prayers, not the dry cough of officers reciting orders into dead Vox channels, not the mewling of farmers begging for one more season beneath the corpse god's shadow. A world should roar. A knob climbed toward the throne through the press of boys, shoving smaller orcs aside with a powered shoulder plate that sparked from a bad cable. He was huge, scarred across the snout with a chain of human, helmets around his neck, and a chopper made from the blade of a wrecked sentinel walker. His name was Rukbad Ironlung, and he had been loud for days. Loudness was good. A boss liked loud. This was different. Rukbad stopped below the throne and slammed his chopper into the metal deck. "Oi, Gorgutz!" The nearby mobs heard the tone and quieted, in the only way orcs ever quieted. They kept snarling, growling, kicking grots, and testing weapons, but the deeper noise bent toward the coming violence. Gorgutz leaned forward. "You talking at me or talking near me?" Rukbad showed his tusks. "I'm saying maybe you done lots of running from other scraps. Maybe Rocklaw needs a boss what stays and smashes, not one what talks about stars and sneaky spiky gits." A few knobs grunted. A few boys laughed. A few stepped away because they had enough instinct to know where the blood would spray. Gorgutz came down from the throne. He did not leap. He did not hurry. He descended through the scrap and skulls with one massive hand, dragging his power claw along the metal, the blades shrieking bright sparks into the smoky air. He stopped in front of Rukbad and looked him over as a mech might inspect a gun that had jammed too often to trust. "Dat all?" Gorgutz asked. Rukbad spat onto the deck. "I says I should be boss." Gorgutz nodded slowly. "Good. That's proper Orky." Rukbad grinned. Then Gorgutz punched him in the throat. The blow did not kill him. That was the point. Rukbad staggered, choking, and Gorgutz hit him again, this time in the side of the head, hard enough to split one ear and knock teeth across the deck. The knob swung his chopper. Gorgutz let it strike his shoulder plate, where it lodged in layered scrap armor with a shriek of metal. Gorgutz looked at the embedded blade, then at Rukbad. "Nice chopper." He tore it free and broke it over his knee. The mobs roared. Rukbad tried to charge. Gorgutz caught him by the jaw with his bare hand and drove him down through the deck plating. The metal buckled. Rivets popped like shells. Rukbad's legs kicked, crushing a grot flat beneath one boot. Gorgutz hauled him upright again, not by mercy but by instruction. He wanted every orc to see the lesson take shape. "Strength rules!" Gorgutz bellowed, smashing Rukbad's face into the side of the throne. "But strength with no thinking gets nicked by the first git with a better trick." He slammed the knob down again. Rukbad's arm broke. Bone pushed through green skin. He snarled and tried to bite. Gorgutz laughed, pleased despite himself, and allowed the bite to scrape against his armor before he head-butted Rukbad so hard the knob's face caved inward around the nose. "See, lads," Gorgutz said, dragging the half-conscious challenger in a circle so the surrounding mobs could watch the blood trail smear across the scrap. "This one's strong, proper strong. But he says I run when I don't need to fight. That's why he ain't boss. A boss knows when to crump. A boss knows when to nick the fuel first, nick the guns next, and then crump when the other lot ain't got nothing left but screaming." He lifted Rukbad high. The knob made a broken sound. Gorgutz closed his power claw around Rukbad's skull, slowly enough that the entire mountain seemed to wait. The first crack was small. The second was louder. Blood ran over the claw's teeth. Rukbad's heels drummed against Gorgutz's chest plate. Then the skull gave way, and the knob went slack. Gorgutz dropped him. "Anybody else want to be boss?" No one answered with words. The roar that followed was obedience. Gorgutz climbed back onto his crooked throne, dripping challenger blood from his claw. He raised both arms, one flesh, one iron, and the War answered as if his gesture had pulled thunder from the mountains. "Listen up, you runty zogging gits," he bellowed. "We ain't just crumpin' this world. We's crumpin' all the worlds. Then we's crumpin' the stars for looking at us funny." The mountains shook with approval. Mech boys took the speech as permission to make things louder. They dragged captured Kauravan officers from cages near the lower gantries, men in torn PDF uniforms, with their medals still pinned to cloth stiff with dirt and blood. The officers had been brave once, or trained to impersonate bravery. It made no difference. The mech boys riveted them alive into the frontal plates of battle wagons, arms pinned wide, mouths gagged open with iron rings so they could scream properly once the engines started. Gorgutz called them lucky screamin' bits. The boys liked that. A battle wagon that screamed while it ran over enemies was obviously better than one that did not. Grots painted kill glyphs on the wheels beneath them, dipping brushes into buckets filled from the bleeding deck. A grot with more enthusiasm than sense painted too close to a moving track and vanished beneath it with a wet pop. The mech boy supervising the work scratched his head, decided the smear looked lucky, and ordered more grots to paint around it. In the Weird Boy pits, the pressure rose. A weird boy named Zagdaka shook so violently that 3 Minders had to hold chains around his neck and arms. His eyes rolled white, then green, then white again. Sparks crawled over his teeth. He vomited a stream of green lightning into the dirt, carving a smoking trench through a line of grots and detonating an ammunition crate at the far end. The blast killed several orcs and set a squig on fire. The squig ran in circles until a burner boy kicked it into a fungus pit. Gorgutz watched the chaos with satisfaction. The Wah was growing teeth. Beyond the outer scrap fields of Rocklaw, where the mountains sloped down into badlands choked by ashweeds and rusted wrecks, other figures entered the orc world with slower steps and quieter hearts. They did not come as warriors. They came as things orcs rarely bothered to examine before killing. Scrap traders in patched pressure cloaks, deserters with hollow cheeks and stolen ration tins, mad pilgrims dragging icons of saints with their faces scraped away, corpse pickers, ammo brokers, mutant carriers, broken men with broken carts. Each carried some fragment of a story. Each story pointed towards someone else. Each lie was wrapped in enough truth to survive the first careless question. Carron's operatives moved among the outskirts like poison through dirty water. They were not Alpha Legionaries, not the gene-wrought killers themselves. They were the Legion's fingers, knives, and disposable tongues. Cultists, conditioned agents, oath-bound traitors, and useful cowards. Some had served Carron knowingly. Others believed they served an imperial counterinsurgency cell. A few believed the Emperor had commanded them through dreams. Alpha Legion lies did not need consistency. They needed motion. They whispered of imperial storehouses left undefended in the southern settlements. They traded maps showing fuel convoys moving without escort. They paid grots in shell casings to carry rumors into rival camps. They told one mob that another had stolen a pile of shooters. They told a second that a third had called their boss small. They painted false glyph trails near passes leading toward Kauravan supply depots. They left crates of promethium where orc scouts would find them and fight over them. They marked imperial armor routes with symbols that could be read as challenge signs by any greenskin bored enough to care. It worked. For a while. Several orc mobs thundered out of Rocklaw in the wrong directions, which were still the right directions for violence. One smashed into an imperial storehouse near the lower food refineries and looted enough ammunition to turn half a valley into a crater. Another attacked a rival camp after hearing that its boss had mocked their truck colours. The rival boss denied everything until his head was removed and used to decorate the accusing mob's biggest gun. A third mob struck a PDF fuel dump that Carron wanted destroyed, setting off a chain of detonations that lit the night like the wrath of an incompetent sun. Carron gained chaos. Carron gained bodies. Carron gained time. But his operatives had mistaken orc simplicity for stupidity. They had assumed that because orcs loved being tricked into violence, they would not notice the shape of the trick. They had assumed that greenskin instinct was crude enough to be guided forever by bait. Orcs did not need coherent intelligence to understand when someone was trying to cheat them out of a better fight. The cultist who learned this was called Varn. He had once been a logistics scribe in the service of the Kauravan tithe office. Carron's agents had found him with debt, bitterness, and a talent for forged seals. By the time he reached Rocklaw, he wore a cloak of stitched hides and carried a satchel full of false route maps. He had already redirected 2 mobs and survived, which made him dangerously confident. A grot saw the Hydra tattoo beneath his wrist while biting him for a copper rivet. The grot screamed, not in fear, in triumph. Varn ran. He made it 12 paces before a Stormboy landed on him by accident, crushing both his legs. They dragged him before Gorgutz at dusk, through engine smoke and firelight. Varn was still alive, though he wished he had not been. His knees bent in directions knees were not meant to bend. One hand clutched the satchel as if paperwork still mattered. Gorgutz sat on his crooked throne, chewing something that had once been either meat or an officer. Nobs gathered around. Mech boys came too, because prisoners sometimes contained interesting teeth. The weird boy Zagdaka lurked behind a post, twitching and muttering about blue snakes in the smoke. "Dis little homie," said the Nob holding Varn, "was telling mobs where to go." Gorgutz leaned forward. "Lots of humies does dat. They call it commanding. Mostly it gets other humies killed." Varn coughed. Blood ran down his chin. "Mighty war boss, great lord of battle. I come as servant of opportunity." The Orks stared. Varn forced himself onward. "Your enemies are divided. The Imperial storehouses lie fat with ammunition. The roads south are weak. The garrisons are blind. I bring you knowledge that will make your war unstoppable." Gorgutz scratched his jaw with the edge of his claw, scraping sparks from iron. Varn saw no immediate death and mistook it for interest. The spires of the corpse worshippers are unguarded. Their commanders mistrust one another. Their armor is low on fuel. If you strike here and here, the entire southern chain collapses. You would be master of the roads before the next dawn. He dragged a cracked slate from his satchel with shaking hands. It showed routes, depots, timings, and ambush marks, all carefully prepared by Carron's hidden cells. Gorgutz took the slate between two claw tips and squinted at it. "Dis says go dat way." "Yes, lord. And dis says lots of shooty stuff there." "Yes. And dis bit says not to go over the Black Ridge." Varn hesitated. "The ridge is unstable, wasteful, no value." Gorgutz looked up. There it was. The mistake. Not in the map. Not in the words. In the attempt to make an orc avoid something dangerous without offering a louder danger somewhere else. Gorgutz grinned. "Spiky boss wants the orcs pointing somewhere else." Varn's heart stopped trying to be brave. "I do not know what you mean." "Course you do. You just said it fancy." Gorgutz stood, towering over him. "Blue spiky boss thinks he can wave little humies at us like sticks and make us run where he wants. That's funny." The Nobs laughed because the boss laughed. Gorgutz tossed the slate to a mech boy. "Is the shooty stuff real?" The mech boy looked at it upside down, then sideways. "Maybe. Looks flash. Lots of lines." "Good. We take it." Varn blinked through pain. "Then you accept the bargain." Gorgutz slapped him lightly with the back of his claw. Lightly, for Gorgutz turned half the man's face into loose meat. "Listen, little sneaky git. If a trap's got fuel in it, we take the fuel. If it's got guns in it, we take the guns. If it's got humies guarding it, we kill the humies. If the spiky boss wants us to go there, that means he don't want us going somewhere else. So after we take the fuel, we go somewhere else too." Varn tried to speak. Only blood came out. Gorgutz leaned close enough that the prisoner could smell rust, meat, oil, and battlefield heat. "Tell your boss I said thanks for the map." He looked at the gathered mech boys. Put his head on a rocket. Varn began screaming before they cut. The mech boys were artists in the way orcs understood art. They removed the head with a saw too dull to be merciful, bolted an iron spike through the skull, stuffed the mouth with a crude explosive charge, and nailed the whole thing to the nose of a rocket painted blue and green in mockery of Alpha Legion colors. A grot burned a glyph into the brow with a welding torch, while the nerves still twitched. The glyph was simple enough for any orc to understand, and crude enough for any Alpha Legionary to despise. "Come and have a go." Gorgutz used the false intelligence exactly as Carron intended, and then, not at all as Carron intended. At moonrise, orc mobs thundered down from Rocklaw toward the Imperial storehouses. They hit the southern road chain with trucks, bikes, looted tanks, and a stampede of boys howling loud enough to shake birds dead from the refinery towers. The Kauravan defenders, already weakened by Carron's sabotage, died under the double weight of Alpha lies and Ork appetite. Their fuel depots were seized rather than merely burned. Their promethium was siphoned into battle wagon tanks. Their ammunition was looted, misloaded, overcharged, and fired back at fleeing survivors. Their roads became Ork roads. Their barricades became Ork scrap. Their dead became Ork decorations. Then Gorgutz did what Carron had not accounted for. He kept going. The mobs turned from the expected target lines, split along ridges, and rolled into secondary depots, relay stations, and convoy tracks Carron had wanted, untouched. They seized promethium Carron intended to corrupt later. They looted munitions marked for Alpha Legion ambushes. They took bridges before cult cells could destroy them. They attacked rival Ork camps along the way and absorbed the survivors, because any plan that made the war bigger was obviously a good one. By dawn, Kaurava II burned in new patterns. In the peninsula of Isolde, beneath Kaurava IV's screaming sky, Carron stood before an altar of brass, bone, and black stone. Around him, the Alpha Legion shrine hummed with caged warp pressure. Mortal priests without tongues knelt in circles, carving prayers into their own forearms with hooked knives. Legionaries watched from the shadows, silent behind Hydra helms. The rocket came down through the upper shrine roof without warning. It punched through stone, iron, and a hanging saint, trailing smoke and laughter from a crude Vox speaker tied to its side. A defense turret turned too late. A cultist looked up and had just enough time to see the severed head nailed to the nose before the rocket struck the altar. The explosion was ugly, loud, and profoundly orcish. Brass nails became shrapnel. Teeth scattered across the floor. Black stone cracked. Tongueless priests burst apart in robes of meat. Sacred chains snapped and whipped through the smoke. The severed head spun free, struck the altar steps, and rolled until it stopped against Carron's boot. For a moment, no one moved. Carron looked down. The skull stared up with one remaining eye socket. Its brow was scorched. The Ork glyph burned there was crude, uneven, and unmistakable. Come and have a go. The chamber waited for Carron's anger. It came softly. His gauntlet closed around the skull. Bone cracked. The remaining teeth fell between his fingers. "The beast can read a map," one lieutenant said. Carron turned his head, slowly. The lieutenant lowered his gaze. Outside the broken roof, the warp storm pulsed like an opened eye. Carron crushed the skull to powder in his fist. "No," he said. "The beast can smell insult." No one replied. Far away, in the Rockclaw Mountains, Gorgutz stood on his crooked throne while the first captured promethium convoys rolled in beneath banners of flayed uniforms and painted glyphs. The War roared around him, louder than before, fatter with guns, drunk on victory, hungry for the next road, the next fortress, the next enemy stupid enough to think Orks could be pointed like hounds and dismissed like beasts. Gorgutz lifted Carron's stolen map in one hand and laughed until the nearest weird boy vomited green lightning into the dirt. "Right, lads," he shouted. "Now we's got the fuel." The mobs cheered. "Now we's got the roads." The mobs stamped and bellowed. Gorgutz's iron grin opened wide. "Now we go find a git what thought he was bossing us." The Rockclaw Mountains answered with engines. Carron did not rage where his warriors could see it. The rocket had torn open one of his shrines, scattered the teeth of his mortal priests across consecrated iron, and rolled a severed head to his feet with an Ork glyph burned into the skull. It was an insult so crude that a lesser warlord would have answered with immediate bombardment, with orbital fire thrown wildly across the mountains, with captives butchered in screaming piles until the air itself stank of wounded pride. Carron did none of these things. He returned to the war room beneath the peninsula of Isolde and let silence do what shouting could not. The chamber was deep within the stone and iron under Kaurava IV, far below the ruined agricultural basilicas and false command bastions that lesser enemies would mistake for the Alpha Legion's heart. The true heart lay in darkness, guarded by doors that opened only to codes spoken in the wrong order, by murder holes manned by sleepless cult gun crews, and by legionaries who had spent centuries learning to stand so still that mortals forgot they were present until the bolters rose. The war room breathed with stolen machines. Imperial tactical engines occupied the walls, their Aquila plates hacked away and replaced with Hydra coils. Cogitator banks clicked and muttered beneath chains of parchment made from flayed skin. Demon-lit hololiths hovered above the central strategium pit, showing Kaurava II in layers of sickly green, corpse white, and arterial red. Ork movements crawled across the projection in glyph clusters, engine trails, heat blooms, and intercepted vox noise. Flayed maps hung from hooks, each made from treated hides stretched thin and marked with ink, blood, and the precise handwriting of dead Imperial cartographers. Carron stood at the center of it all, helmless, still, unreadable. His lieutenants watched him from the gloom. They expected anger. They expected the brass hunger inside him to claw its way through his discipline. They expected the Lord of Assault to order a wasteful slaughter for the sake of wounded honor. Instead, Carron studied. He watched the Ork convoys leaving Rocklaw. He watched looted Prometheum change hands from mob to mob through violence and theft. He watched mech yards swell with captured fuel. He watched roadways seized by greenskin engines. He watched Gorgutz's crude genius turn bait into supply, insult into momentum, trap into feast. Only after a long while did Carron speak. The Orks have been entertained. A lieutenant in scaled warplate inclined his helm. Yes, Lord. That was our failure. No one answered. The safest response to Carron's admissions was silence. They were rarely confessions. They were usually accusations searching for a throat. Carron extended one clawed gauntlet into the hololith. The image shimmered around his fingers. Not bombardment. Not yet. We cut tendon before bone. We blind the beast before we bleed it. Orders passed from the war room without fanfare. Across Kaurava II, the Alpha Legion answered insult with precision. Mech boys died first. One was found nailed upside down inside his own workshop, his tools packed into his opened belly, his skull fitted with a vox bead that repeated Gorgutz's laughter until the batteries melted. Another vanished while testing a rocket rack and returned as scraps of meat raining from the sky after the sabotaged warhead detonated prematurely. A third reached into a fuel still to curse a blocked pipe and found the pipe full of hungry teeth, a warp-touched infestation seeded by cult hands in the night. His screams brought other mech boys running. The still exploded when the first of them kicked it. Fuel came next. Ork Prometheum pits burned blue instead of orange. Stills coughed black slime into engine tanks. Battle wagons started, roared, accelerated, then died in seizures of ruptured pistons and screaming machine spirits abused beyond sense. Trucks slewed into ravines. Bikes detonated beneath their riders. Looted Lehman Rust tanks belched flame from every hatch as their crews hammered at controls and blamed one another until the ammunition cooked off. Ammo dumps were corrupted with patient hands. Shells were overpacked, underpacked, hollowed, cursed, or filled with fragments of blessed Imperial icons taken from dead shrines. Big shooters jammed and burst. Rockets turned back toward the mobs that fired them. Tankbuster warheads screamed with voices before exploding in their owners' hands. Burner tanks filled with alchemical filth that ignited inside the fuel line and cooked the bearers in their own harnesses. Fungus farms sickened. That was the work Carron found most elegant. It was not enough to kill orcs. Orcs were not an army in the way humans understood armies. They were a plague with muscle, a spore-borne catastrophe that turned war zones into nurseries. So the Alpha Legion poisoned the nurseries. Cultists crawled through ash gullies and waste tunnels, pouring toxins into fungus pits, daubing sigils under growth beds, burying canisters beneath damp soil. Some were eaten by squigs. Some were found and used for throwing practice. Enough survived to matter. Within days, whole pits of orcoid growth blackened at the roots. Spores burst wrong. Squigs hatched eyeless, and chewed their own legs off. Grots emerged twisted, shrieking, and useless, which made many orcs argue that nothing had changed at all. Then Carron began to speak with Gorgutz's voice. The Alpha Legion had captured enough orc fox noise, enough bellowed commands, enough crude phrases, and enough battlefield laughter to build a false war cry from stolen sound. It was imperfect. It was savage. It was loud. To orc ears, that made it convincing enough. Across the outer passes, vox horns blared with a counterfeit Gorgutz ordering mobs to attack before they were ready, to race rival clans to prize targets, to prove who was biggest by charging the nearest fortified line. Some obeyed because they believed. Others obeyed because the order sounded like fun. Several mobs assaulted Imperial bunkers hours too early and died under Lascanon fire meant for another day. Others crashed into rival camps, convinced treachery had been shouted from on high. The mountains devoured themselves in green bursts of violence. Carron gained ground without moving an army. Then, he moved one anyway. Night settled over the low ravine south of Rocklaw, though night on Kaurava II was never pure. The horizon glowed with burning depots and broken refineries. Ash fell in slow grey curtains. The air tasted of fuel, fungus musk, and hot metal. An orc convoy rumbled through a canyon cut between slag cliffs, engines growling, exhausts vomiting smoke. Trucks bounced over broken stone with mobs of boys hanging from the sides. A battle wagon led the column, its front plate decorated with screaming prisoners welded into the iron. Behind it crawled two looted rust tanks, their turrets daubed in red glyphs and their barrels badly aligned. Grots clung to ammunition carts. Knobs stomped between vehicles, shouting at drivers, shooting at shadows, and occasionally killing one another over accusations of cowardice, theft, or looking too pleased. The shadows watched back. Scaled, cobalt green armor moved among the rocks with predatory care. The Alpha Legion kill team had been there since before dusk, buried beneath camo shrouds, heat baffles, and the stink of orc oil smeared over ceramite. Their armor was old, each plate marked with Hydra devices, kill tallies, and scratches from wars whose names had been erased. Their bolters were loaded with mass-reactive shells. Their chain blades were blessed with machine oil and old malice. Two carried meltigans. One bore a heavy bolter, whose barrel had been wrapped in prayer strips, written by a dead tech priest under duress. Their leader raised two fingers. The canyon became death. The first volley struck the leading battle wagon from both sides. Bolter shells punched into the driver compartment and detonated inside the bodies of the orcs within. Green torsos burst open in wet flashes, heads snapped apart, arms pinwheeled from hatches. The vehicle swerved, struck a boulder, and tipped hard enough to crush the boys running beside it. The meltigans spoke next. White heat lanced into the first looted Russ and turned its engine block into a molten heart. The tank did not explode immediately. It screamed first, metal shrieking as if the machine spirit remembered it had once served mankind and hated what it had become. Then the ammunition ignited. The turret lifted from the hull on a pillar of flame and came down among the convoy, flattening a truck and sending burning orcs tumbling through the dust. Alpha Legionaries advanced through the smoke. Their bolters did not chatter in panic. They fired with cold rhythm. Each detonation opened green flesh like butchered fruit. Boys charged through the dark, roaring, and died in mid-stride as shells burst in their chests. A knob lifted a big chopper and took a bolt through the throat. His head came off in a spray of blood and teeth, but his body ran 3 more paces before collapsing against a legionary's greaves. Chainblades came alive. The sound was harsh, intimate, and hungry. Teeth met green muscle. Orcs were opened from shoulder to hip. Limbs spun away, trailing ropes of blood. A boy grabbed one legionary by the wrist and laughed while his guts slid out. The Alpha Legionary drove a knee into him, crushed his pelvis and cut downward until the laughter became a liquid, gargle. The orcs did not break. Humans broke. Humans saw their friends opened by mass-reactive fire and remembered fear. They heard chain blades and became meat trying to flee. They watched officers die and wondered who gave orders now. Orks saw slaughter and understood only that the fight had finally become worthwhile. A burned boy crawled from beneath a wrecked truck, his ribs exposed, one arm gone, half his face cooked black. He dragged himself forward with his remaining hand, laughing as flames licked along his back. A legionary stepped on his skull and fired into another mob without looking down. A nob with his lower jaw blown away charged through 3 bolter impacts. His tongue hung against his chest. He tried to bite through ceramite with the ruined halves of his mouth, gnashing against an Alpha Legion shoulder guard until a chain blade took his head from behind. Grots ran in every direction. Some fled. Some carried ammunition. Some tried to loot the dead before the battle ended and were killed by both sides for their ambition. A meltergun fired again, turning a truck engine into a fountain of white metal. The driver, burning, drove straight toward the Alpha Legion line anyway. The vehicle struck a rock, flipped, and threw flaming orcs into the kill team. One landed against a legionary and began stabbing with a broken knife while on fire. The legionary crushed him against the cliff wall with one armored fist. Above the canyon, thousands of mortal throats began to scream. Carron had brought his arithmetic. They came from the western slope in a tide of rags, rusted armor, prison brands, and Hydra tattoos, corrupted humans, penal scum, Kauravan traitors, cult militia, men who had sold their souls, men who had been told they still served the Imperium, men too drugged to know the difference. They charged through minefields ahead of the Alpha Legion's secondary line, waving autoguns, laslocks, chain hooks, and sharpened pipes. The Orks turned toward them with joy. Mines detonated beneath the first ranks. Bodies flew apart in sprays of legs, hands, and red mist. The survivors kept running because those behind them pushed forward, and because the collars around their throats began to beep when they slowed. Ork big shooters tore lanes through them. Rockets burst among their packed bodies. A shell from the remaining looted Russ landed short and pulped an entire knot of traitors into a crater of meat. Behind them, Alpha Legion observers marked every muzzle flash, every artillery flare, every Ork firing position revealed by the slaughter. Carron watched from a ridge, his cloak shifting in the hot wind. A mortal commander knelt beside him, face ashen beneath his helmet. The man commanded the expendable wave, though command had become a generous word. He stared at the dying men below. They were his rabble, his sinners, his condemned, his tools. Still, something in him recoiled. "My lord," he said, voice shaking. "The first cohorts are being sacrificed before they reach firing distance." Carron did not turn. "You are not sacrificed. Sacrifice implies value. You are spent." The commander looked up. Carron fired his pistol without looking at him. The bolt round entered under the man's cheek and detonated through the back of his skull, scattering blood across the stones. "Send the next wave," Carron said. No one hesitated. The next wave ran. Below, the kill team finished its work. The convoy was dying by structure now. Drivers killed, engines burning, ammo wagons detonating, mobs split and contained. Havoc fire from the eastern ridge hammered the Orks trying to gather for a countercharge. Autocannon shells tore them apart in disciplined bursts. Heavy bolter fire stitched bodies into the dirt. Carron descended into the canyon before the battle was done. His lieutenants followed, wary. An Ork nob survived at the heart of the wreckage, pinned beneath a broken axle, one arm gone at the elbow, armor split open, chest riddled by 3 bolt impacts that would have killed anything sane. Black-green blood pumped from him in thick bursts. His remaining hand clawed at the dirt, dragging his own trapped body forward by inches. Carron stopped before him. The nob looked up and laughed. It was not defiance in any noble sense. It was not courage. It was worse than courage. It was delight. The nob's ruined chest wheezed. His teeth were red. He saw Carron, saw the scaled armor, saw the warlord's blade, and laughed because the biggest enemy had come close enough to reach. Something in Carron's skull rang like struck brass. A lieutenant voxed softly, "Lord, the target is neutralized." Carron drew his blade. The first cut severed the knob's remaining hand. The second opened his throat. The third split the armor plate over his chest and exposed the pulsing organs beneath. That should have been enough. It was tactically sufficient. It was clean. Carron kept cutting. The blade rose and fell. Green meat parted, ribs cracked. The knob's laughter became wet, then silent, then impossible, as Carron continued hacking at a corpse that no longer knew it was being killed. He carved through muscle, bone, armor straps, and the dirt beneath. Blood splashed his greaves. Bits of lung clung to his blade. The knob became less an enemy than an offering smashed into the canyon floor. His warriors watched in silence. At last, Carron stopped. His breathing rasped through clenched teeth. For a moment, the only sound was the fire chewing through wreckage and the distant screams of mortal cohorts still being spent in the minefields. Carron looked at what remained of the knob. Then he looked at his warriors. "Record the losses. Burn the fungus residue. Salvage nothing contaminated." "Yes, Lord." His voice was calm again. That made it worse. The Alpha Legion victory was real. By dawn, the convoy no longer existed. Mech assets were destroyed. Fuel reserves burned or poisoned. Ammo wagons lay in craters. The ravine was stacked with orc bodies, heaped so thick that the lower corpses vanished into black-green paste under the weight of the dead above them. The cliffs were painted with blood. Cultist bodies carpeted the mine approaches. Crows and carrion things avoided the place, driven away by the stink of promethium, warp residue, and orc spores already searching for soil. Carron had cut the road. He had killed the mech crews. He had bled the Wa. He had taught a lesson in controlled butchery. By noon, Gorgutz heard the report and roared with laughter. The surviving orcs came back to Rocklaw burned, limping, missing limbs, carrying broken guns and better stories. They spoke of spiky humies who waited in the dark, spiky humies whose guns made bodies pop, spiky humies with hot weapons that melted tanks, spiky humies who sent waves of screaming pink gits forward like moving targets, spiky humies whose boss came down into the meat and chopped a knob long after he was dead. To human soldiers, such stories would have been warnings. To orcs, they were recruitment. The mobs gathered around the survivors, shouting questions, punching one another aside to hear better. Mech boys examined the melted engine fragments and argued about how to make their own vehicles die less quickly and explode more usefully. Knobs demanded to know which canyon held the best fight. Boys began painting blue hydra shapes on scrap plates, just so they could smash them with choppers. Gorgutz stood above them all, grin widening. "So," he said, "the sneaky gits got teeth." The nearest knob spat. "Lost lots of boys, boss." "Good." The knob blinked. "Good?" Gorgutz smacked him hard enough to spin him in place. "Means the fight's proper. Means the blue spiky boss is scared enough to get clever. Means we gotta get louder." He pointed his claw toward the mech yards. "Build bigger engines, louder guns, uglier armor. I want trucks fast enough to get through traps before the traps know we're there. I want wagons with plates so thick the spiky guns get tired. I want rockets what don't care where they land so long as it's funny. I want every mob shouting so loud the sneaky gits can't hear themselves think." The mech boys cheered and began stealing from one another immediately. Gorgutz looked toward the distant smoke of the ravines and imagined Carron somewhere beyond it, cold and clever and waiting with more tricks. The thought pleased him. On Kaurava 4th, Carron received the updated projections in the war room beneath Isolt. Orc losses were severe, mech capacity reduced in several regions. Fuel lines disrupted, convoy strength diminished, yet the Wach field had grown. The hololith showed it as a widening pressure, crude and psychic, swelling around Rocklaw like a storm beneath the mountains. Intercepted Orc Vox traffic had not quieted. It had increased. Engine signatures multiplied. New. Constructions rose in the mech yards. Mobs redirected toward the alpha kill zones, not with hesitation, but with hunger. A lieutenant spoke carefully. "The ambush succeeded. Carron watched the green icons thicken. Yes. The Orks suffered catastrophic casualties. Yes. They should be demoralized. Carron's jaw tightened. From somewhere far away through stolen Vox channels came Orc laughter, distorted by distance and static, rolling through the war room like rocks down a mountainside. Carron listened until the sound ended. Then he understood. The Orcs were not being demoralized. They were being entertained. Dawn rose over Kaurava 2nd beneath a ceiling of black smoke. It came weak and red through the fumes, bleeding across the Rocklaw Mountains as if the sun had been dragged behind a veil of ash and forced to watch what crawled below. The peaks shook before the light reached them. Engines woke in the ravines, not one by one, but all at once. A continent of crude pistons, overfed reactors, rattling exhausts, and machine spirits tortured past sanity. The Orks did not assemble. They erupted. Trucks poured from the mountain passes in roaring packs, bouncing over shale and scrap bridges, their wheels throwing sparks from stone. Warbikes screamed ahead of them, riders hunched low behind rusted handlebars, choppers raised, shooters firing at nothing but the joy of noise. Defcoptas clawed into the smoke above, rotors hacking dirty spirals through the dawn, pilots whooping as they dipped low enough to clip banners, grot towers, and occasionally each other. Looted basilisk guns crawled from the lower mech yards on tracks that were never meant to bear such abuse, their barrels elevated toward the horizon with the drunken arrogance of weapons no longer restrained by Imperial gunnery doctrine. They fired without aim. That did not make them harmless. Earthshaker shells howled over the Badlands and came down among ridges, empty fields, Orc outrider mobs, old Imperial bunkers, and one unfortunate squig pen whose detonation launched burning livestock across 3 valleys. The gunners cheered every impact. They cheered the misses more, because a shell that missed one enemy might find a better one somewhere else. Gorgutz Eid Unter stood atop the lead battle wagon, one iron boot planted on the skull-plated prow, one claw wrapped around a chain that anchored him to the vehicle when it hit something large enough to make lesser bosses fall. His iron gob flashed in the smoke. His armor was freshly patched from Alpha Legion kills, with blue-green ceramite bolted crudely over his shoulder plates and a Hydra mark scratched through by the edge of a chopper. Around him, knobs bellowed. Grots clung to ammunition crates, and a weird boy chained to the rear deck muttered green lightning into his own teeth. The mobs thought Gorgutz was charging because charging was what a proper war boss did. They were right. They were also not right enough. Beneath the speed, beneath the evil sun's hunger for engines and red paint and faster death, old blood axe habits still moved in Gorgutz's skull like knives hidden under meat. He watched where the enemy killed best. He watched where the traps closed. He watched which roads the spiky blue Humies had left invitingly open. He kept the captured Imperial maps. He did not eat them, despite one knob suggesting they might contain tactical flavor. He had even made the mech boys hammer the maps flat onto scrap plates so the rain, blood, and grots would not ruin them too quickly. He had learned long ago that running away at the right moment was not cowardice if it meant coming back with more guns. He had also learned that humans and spiky humans hated when Orcs used their own cleverness back at them. That made it worth doing. "Dare," he growled, pointing with his power claw toward the Badland roads leading away from Rockclaw. "The sneaky gits want us straight down the valley." A knob with a jaw full of rivets squinted. "So we go round." Gorgutz cuffed him hard enough to dent his helmet. "No, we go straight down the valley loud enough that they think we is stupid. Then the fast lads go round. Then the big guns shoot the bits they thought was safe. Then we smash the shiny, weird places." The knob considered this, then grinned. "That is dead cunning, boss." Gorgutz spat over the side. "Course it is." The valley ahead opened like a throat. The first Orc wave raced into it. Engines screaming, guns blazing, banners whipping in the smoke. They hit the outer Badlands where Carron's false signals had drawn them before. But this time, the mobs did not scatter blindly toward bait. They moved in crashing layers. Bikes and buggies went first, fast enough to trigger mines and die before the main mobs reached them. Trucks followed, packed with boys who leapt out before the vehicles stopped, and often before the vehicles slowed. Battle wagons ground behind, their spiked rollers clotted with old gore and fresh mud. Looted artillery hammered the ridgelines with enthusiasm rather than precision, which meant every hidden observer had to wonder whether the next shell would miss by a mile or land directly on his skull. Beyond the smoke line, on the surface of Kaurava 4th, the Alpha Legion's outer shrines waited. They were not temples in the way mortals use the word. They were anchors. Each one had been built where the skin of reality had thinned beneath the pressure of Carron's storm. Black pylons rose from the earth in rings. Brass chains bound carved stones soaked in sacrificial blood. Demon statuary crouched beneath veils of smoke, horned and fanged and winged, their eyeless faces turned toward the warped storm above. Beneath each shrine, engines stolen from Imperial voidcraft throbbed in blasphemous rhythm, maintaining the link to the immaterium, feeding the wound in the sky and being fed by it in return. To Carron, they were instruments. To the Orks, they were ugly targets. The first rockets struck the demon statues before the defenders even finished their ranging chants. Explosions tore horns from brass skulls and shattered winged effigies into shrieking fragments. The statues bled black vapor where they broke. Orks cheered harder when the broken pieces tried to bite them. Possessed cultists surged from the shrine trenches, mortal bodies bloated with demonic strength, mouths split too wide, fingers grown into hooked blades. They came howling praises to powers that had already eaten their souls. Big shooters answered. The possessed burst like wet sacks under the storm of heavy rounds. Chests opened, limbs flew. Demon fat and human blood splattered the black stones. Some kept crawling with their spines exposed, shrieking through mouthparts that no longer resembled anything born of mankind. The Orks ran over them, hacked them apart, or kicked them into the paths of oncoming trucks. From concealed firing galleries, chaos havocs opened up. Autocannons punched into the leading mobs with disciplined thunder. Shells tore through rows of boys, ripping arms away, breaking backs, pulping torsos into green spray. Heavy bolters hammered from murder slits. Missile launchers coughed crack warheads into trucks, turning engines into fireballs and passengers into tumbling silhouettes of flame. Lascannons cut white lines through the smoky dawn, each beam punching through armor, bodies, wreckage, and whatever stood foolish enough behind them. The first Ork ranks died in heaps. The second climbed over them. The third used the heaps as ramps. Gorgutz saw it and laughed. "That's it, lads. Make the road out of your mates." The Wa obeyed because the order matched what they were already doing. Dead Orks became traction. Wrecked trucks became cover. Burning battle wagons became moving barricades until they stopped moving, then became bridges. Boys shoved forward through blood and smoke, firing shooters from the hip, rounds going everywhere and still killing enough to matter because everywhere was full of enemies. The Alpha Legion counterplan unfolded with lethal precision. Concealed Lascannon nests woke along the flanks, camouflaged beneath false rock and corpse cloth. Their crews targeted battle wagons, walkers, and anything bearing command glyphs. Crack missile crossfires struck from split angles, catching Ork armor in kill pockets. Demon mines, buried beneath ash and painted glyph bait, detonated under mobs, opening craters full of brass teeth and warp flame. Teleport homers flared inside the shrine perimeter, calling in reserve kill teams to appear behind the breach points in bursts of corrupted light. The kill corridors did their work. Orks were butchered by the thousands. The ground became black-green paste. Blood mixed with mud, promethium, hydraulic fluid, and powdered bone until the approaches to the shrines were slick enough to drown in. Grots disappeared under boots, and wheels. Knobs vanished in plasma bursts. Burner boys cooked alive when Lasfire found their fuel tanks. A death copter spun out of control with its pilot headless and carved through an entire mob before detonating against a pylon. Still, the Wa came. Momentum became its own weapon. Gorgutz's battle wagons did not stop at barricades. They became the breach. One struck an outer wall of corpse stone and iron teeth, its engine roaring past failure, its crew firing in every direction. The first impact broke the prow. The second, driven by another battle wagon smashing into it from behind, cracked the wall. The third, when a squiggoth slammed its armoured skull into the wreckage, drove the whole mass inward. The barricade collapsed. Spiked rollers ground cultists into the mud, dragging screaming bodies beneath serrated iron. Boarding planks slammed down. Knobs crashed into traitor lines with power claws snapping shut through armour, bone, and screaming machine cables. A chaos gunner lost both arms and tried to bite the orc, killing him. The knob bit back and took half his face. Another knob shoved his claw through a legionary's backpack vents, crushed the reactor feed, and roared in triumph until the resulting detonation blew him into several impressive pieces. Alpha legionaries met the breach with bolter discipline. They advanced in scaled armour, firing in staggered ranks, mass reactive shells, bursting orc bodies open at close range. Chain blades revved, power swords hissed through green flesh, flamers drenched mobs in burning promethium. The legionaries did not shout, they did not waste movement. Each step was chosen. Each kill was part of a pattern. The orcs ruined patterns by existing in too many pieces at once. A boy with no legs dragged himself under the firing line and detonated a sack of stolen grenades. A grot climbed onto a Lascannon barrel and jammed a wrench into the focusing assembly, dying instantly, but spoiling the shot. A knob, whose chest had been opened by bolter fire, held his organs in with one hand and swung a chopper with the other, laughing through blood until a power blade took him from crown to groin. Carron watched from Isolde through layered hololiths, vox feeds, and demon's sight. His war room flickered with the battle. Green pressure swelled against red kill zones. Shrine Outer Ring 4 held. Shrine Outer Ring 7 was contested. Shrine Outer Ring 2 burned but remained functional. Casualty counts streamed in clean columns for the Alpha Legion, then degraded into useless estimates when measuring orc dead. A mortal savant tried to speak. Carron silenced him with a raised hand. The storm above Kaurava 4th pulsed in time with the slaughter. "Commit the Western Reserves," Carron said. A lieutenant answered from within the Vox web. "Lord, Western Reserves are positioned to counter Imperial movement. The Imperials are dying without our attention. Commit them. It will expose the inner approach if the orcs break through." Carron's eyes did not leave the projection. They will not break through. On the field, the Western Reserves emerged from hidden tunnels behind the orc flank. Cult armor, Legion fire teams, and demon-bound artillery opened in unison. The kill was magnificent. Entire mobs vanished under overlapping fire. Battle wagons were cored by Lascannons. A squiggoth stumbled, screamed and collapsed, crushing orcs and cultists together beneath its armoured bulk. The flank buckled. For several minutes, Carron was correct. Then the Weird Boys reached critical mass. The War field had been swelling since dawn, fed by engines, blood, death, laughter, and the absolute greenskin certainty that this was the best morning in the galaxy. Weird Boys, chained behind the orc lines, shook as psychic pressure built inside them. Minderts beat them with poles, shouted at them, and sometimes hid behind rocks. Green lightning crawled across the battlefield. It leapt from tusk to blade, from gun to glyph, from dead flesh to living rage. One Weird Boy near the center breach swelled visibly, his skull stretching under his skin, eyes blazing like twin plasma coils. "Boss," shouted a nearby orc. "Zogbrain's gonna pop." Gorgutz looked over, saw the Weird Boy rising from the ground in a halo of green light, and grinned. "Point him dat way." The Mindards tried. The Weird Boy screamed. His mouth opened wider than his head should allow. A beam of green psychic force tore from him, first upward, then sideways, then through his own mob. Orcs vanished in the blast, reduced to smoking shadows and flying teeth. The beam continued into an Alpha Legion bunker, punched through the firing slit, and detonated the ammunition within. The The bunker erupted. Stone, ceramite, body parts, autocannon barrels, and warp-burning masonry flew outward in a storm of debris. The weird boy exploded a heartbeat later, killing the rest of his mob and painting a wide circle of ground with green fire. Gorgutz slapped the side of his battle wagon in approval. Good shooting. A mech boy nearby nodded solemnly. Bit messy, boss. Best shooting is. The Orks surged through the gap. A hacked Vox channel screamed open inside Carron's war room. Static spat from the speakers. Several mortal adepts clutched at their ears as Ork noise flooded the command net. Engines and laughter layered beneath a voice like gravel being fed through a grinder. Oi, blue spiky git, your sneaky bits are dead flash. But can they stop dis? Then the Vox filled with engines, laughter and artillery. The sound battered the chamber. Carron stood motionless while the Ork transmission shook dust from the ceiling. Trace it, he said. The mortal Vox adepts bent over their consoles. One began bleeding from the eyes as the Ork signal overloaded his implants. Another found the carrier wave and screamed when something in the hijacked channel screamed back. On Kaurava 4th, the battle at Shrine Outer Ring 7 became a meat grinder beyond reason. Cellmaster Therix commanded the defense there. He was old, even for one of the Legion. His armor had been repaired so often that little of the original plate remained visible. He had orchestrated the false retreat that drew 3 Ork mobs into the demon mine belt. He had positioned the crack teams that killed 2 Squiggoths. He had triggered the collapse charge that buried an entire ravine under stone. Every decision was correct. Every trap worked. It was still not enough. The Orks drowned his success in bodies. They came through the ravine over their own dead, climbing the mound left by the collapse. They came through the mine belt after the first 1,000 detonations exhausted the charges. They came through autocannon fire by pushing wrecked vehicles ahead of them with brute force. They came through flame because the Orks behind shoved the burning Orks forward until the trench filled with living torches. Therix stood at the inner breach with 6 Alpha Legionaries and a line of cult gunmen whose sanity had burned away hours before. His bolter fired until its barrel glowed. His blade rose and fell. He killed knobs, boys, grots, and things so torn by mutation and Orkish surgery that no category fit them. He gave fallback orders. He detonated secondary charges. He closed blast doors on his own troops to slow the breach. The plan still worked. The breach narrowed. The Orks still entered. A knob in mega armor crashed through the smoke, its power claw shrieking. Therix sidestepped and put 3 bolt shells into the joint under its arm. The knob staggered. Therix cut the exposed cabling and drove his blade into the throat seal. The knob died choking. Another took its place. Then another. Then Gorgutz's vanguard hit the line. Therix triggered the final trap himself. The floor beneath the breach opened in a ring of shaped charges, dropping Orks, cultists, and 2 of his own legionaries into a pit lined with demon iron. Warp flame burst upward. Hundreds died. The breach sealed beneath falling stone. For one breath, Shrine Outer Ring 7 held. Then the wall behind Therix exploded inward as a battle wagon came through a service tunnel that had been too narrow for any sane vehicle. It had become wide enough because the Orks had driven through the walls. The spiked roller took the cult gun line first, grinding men into a red smear. Boarding planks slammed down, knobs poured over them. Therix killed the first, hamstrung the second, and put a bolt through the eye of the third. The fourth caught his sword arm in a power claw and tore it away at the shoulder. The fifth struck him with a chopper that split his helm. The sixth dragged him down. Cellmaster Therix died beneath a crowd of knobs who tore him apart piece by piece while his armor still transmitted. His last words reached Carron through static, calm until the end. Trap successful, breach delayed, enemy mass exceeds projection. Hydra Dominatus. Then the Vox became tearing metal and Ork laughter. Carron said nothing. The war room waited. Something in his expression remained cold. Something behind it moved red and furious. Outer Ring 7, asked a lieutenant. Carron looked at the projection. The shrine icon flickered from contested to failing. Lost. The cellmaster. Spent. The lieutenant understood the warning in the word and did not mourn aloud. Against other enemies, the loss of a senior cellmaster after executing a perfect trap would have marked the battle as a success, purchased at cost. Against Orks, success could drown under the weight of bodies. A flawless ambush could become a road. A dead mob could become a ramp. A destroyed vehicle could become cover. 1,000 corpses could become nothing more than the price of reaching the next wall. The Orks did not defeat every plan. They made victory too heavy to hold. At the shrine's outer perimeter, one engine kept moving after everything inside it should have died. It had been a battle wagon when the assault began. By the time it reached the inner anchor line, it was a burning skeleton of scrap, armor plates, dangling chains, and screaming wheels. Its driver was dead, torso split open and nailed to the seat by shrapnel. Its gunner was a burning headless shape still gripping the trigger of a big shooter that had run dry long before. 3 Orks clung to the rear, hacking at anyone near enough, though one had no lower body and another was on fire. The engine spirit, if such a brutalized thing still possessed one, had gone mad. It crashed through a final barricade, rolled over a trench full of cultists, and smashed into the base of the warp anchor. The anchor was a tower of black iron and brass bone, inscribed with rites that held open the storm above Kaurava 4th. It had survived bombardment, sabotage, and sacrificial overload. It was not built to withstand a burning Ork engine packed with unstable ammunition, stolen promethium, and several crates of rockets wired together by a mech boy who believed caution was a kind of cowardice. The impact broke the lower ring. The explosion followed. Black iron split, brass chains snapped, demonic runes flashed white, then red, then green. Warp pressure vented through the shrine like a god exhaling through a wound. Every mortal within sight went blind. Several became statues of salt. The Orks nearest the blast either died instantly or decided afterward that the headache meant they had won. Above Kaurava 4th, the storm flickered. It did not weaken, not yet, but for one heartbeat, the eye in the void blinked. Across the peninsula of Isolt, every shrine flame bent toward Carron. In the war room, the hololith died and returned as a storm of red static. The stolen tactical engines screamed through their vents. Mortal adepts collapsed, clawing at their ears. One Alpha Legionary took a step as if bracing against a physical blow. From the Vox, from the walls, from the broken hololith, from the storm above and the stone below, a voice screamed Carron's name. It was not human. It was not Ork. It was not entirely demonic. Carron heard it and knew the war had changed shape. Far away, amid smoke, wreckage, and green bodies still charging over the dead, Gorgutz saw the sky flicker over Kaurava 4th. He did not understand what the shrine had been. He did not need to. He raised his power claw toward the wounded heavens and laughed. The Wah laughed with him. Kaurava bled on every world. No single commander saw the whole of it. No hololith could hold the truth without drowning in red icons, failure runes, vox static, and the screaming objections of machine spirits forced to measure catastrophe beyond their ordained limits. The war had begun as a wound above Kaurava 4th, then a knife beneath Isolt, then a green thunder rolling out of Rocklaw. Now it spread through orbit, atmosphere, hive, shrine, field, bunker, manufactorum, and road. It passed from world to world like plague carried in shell smoke. Kaurava first choked beneath its own importance. Kaurav City, the decaying capital, had once pretended at dignity. Its universities stood in cracked spires where savants lectured beneath leaking roofs and recited old knowledge copied from older lies. Its temples rose in tiers of stained stone and tarnished gilt, every saint staring down with blind marble eyes at crowds that no longer believed prayer would save them but had nothing else to spend. New growth climbed across collapsed districts where vines had swallowed habstacks, rail gantries, and administrative towers abandoned to rot. Whole avenues sagged where the foundations had shifted under centuries of neglect. Statues of governors, generals, saints, and martyrs leaned over streets filled with ash, hunger, and rumour. Dusala was worse because it still believed itself ordered. There the guard presence had hardened around drill yards, armour depots, Munitorum silos, and the stern culture of the 252nd Conservators. The regiment still marched. The regiment still saluted. The regiment still cleaned its lasguns, checked its bayonets, recited battle prayers, and painted unit marks on helmets already destined to roll in gutters. Officers spoke of containment, redeployment, command integrity, and the restoration of lawful force. Commissars shot deserters in public squares and called it medicine. The corpse did not become healthy because a surgeon kept cutting. Riots began in ration queues when the grain tithes failed to arrive from the southern agri-zones. Then came false orders stamped with correct authority, directing entire battalions away from the districts they were meant to hold. Refugee trains were redirected through hab tunnels that had been marked safe by Command Vox and marked lethal by Carron's hidden hands. Supply hives sealed their blast gates at the wrong hour. Shrine militias opened fire on PDF units after receiving forged confirmation of sedition. Loyalist artillery batteries on Dusala's northern ridge received commands to engage traitor armour moving through the smoke. They fired. The targets were Loyalist transports carrying wounded conservators. By the time the correction came, the ridge guns had already reduced the convoy to burning wrecks and shredded men. Survivors crawled from the flames with uniforms fused to their skin, begging for Medicaid aid that never came. The battery commander denied fault, then received another authenticated order naming his own officers as compromised. He shot 3 of them before the Vox changed again and accused him. His adjutant killed him with a las pistol. A junior lieutenant killed the adjutant. No one knew who commanded the guns when they began firing into Kaurava city itself. Carron's war did not need victory everywhere. It needed confusion everywhere. Alpha Legion agents moved through the system in stolen faces and borrowed authority. They triggered uprisings in supply hives by whispering that the guard had hidden food from the workers. They opened prison blocks and told the condemned that the Emperor had forgotten them, but another lord had not. They redirected refugee trains into kill zones where hidden cult cells waited with autoguns, blades, and barrels of promethium. They sent forged imperial commands into command bunkers already terrified by static, delay, and contradiction. They seeded proof of treachery where none had existed, and then watched real treachery grow from the accusation. Carron understood mankind. Men feared hunger. Men feared shame. Men feared punishment from above, and knives from below. Men feared being the last loyal soldier standing when every other man had changed his oath. Fear could be cultivated, harvested, milled, and fed back into the war. In that, men were more useful than orcs. Orcs did not fear properly. Gorgutz expanded the war through appetite. His landers fell from dirty skies like burning junk meteors. Some broke apart during descent, scattering orcs, grots, fuel drums, and ammunition crates across fields and hab roofs. Some crashed nose first into agri-zones and became instant forts because surviving boys climbed out, planted glyph poles, and started shooting. Some struck manufacturing yards, crushing assembly lines beneath their hulls before the ramps dropped and mobs poured out laughing. One crude lander smashed into the ruin of an orbital elevator station and lodged halfway through the tower, its engines still firing long after impact, turning the structure into a furnace, while orcs used the tilted wreck as a ramp. They looted anything that fired, burned, rolled, screamed, or shone. Destroyed tanks were not losses to Gorgutz. They were invitations. Looters and mech boys swarmed wrecks before the metal cooled, beating machine spirits into submission with hammers, welding guns onto the wrong mounts, bolting armor plates over devotional script, and painting kill glyphs across sacred imperial serial marks. Fallen bunkers became forts once the dead were dragged out, or nailed tastefully to the walls. Dead guard regiments became trophy fields, their helmets stacked into pyramids, their lasguns broken for parts, their banners used as mud flaps. Chaos shrines became target practice, then scrap, then decoration, then target practice again when the scrap began whispering. Where the Orks fought, the world changed. Blood soaked the soil. Spores sank into the mud. Fungus pushed through shell craters, drainage gutters, corpse piles, and cracks in ferrocrete. Squigs hatched in ruins still warm from artillery. Grots skulked through ducts beneath manufactorums whose human workers had been butchered hours before. A battlefield that survived an Ork attack did not become empty. It became pregnant with more Orks. Fire helped, but never enough. Purge teams burned the fungus with promethium and stamped on the glowing remains, unaware that spores rode the smoke into other districts. Carron tried to turn the Orks into a weapon. Gorgutz turned the battlefield into logistics. Every attempt to aim the greenskin tide gave it another road, another stockpile, another carcass to strip, another story to spread. The Alpha Legion could kill 1,000 Orks in a gorge, and by nightfall the survivors had used the wreckage to make 3 more gun wagons. The guard could hold a depot for a day, and by the next dawn, the Orks had taken its shells, painted them red, and fired them at the next depot. Chaos cultists could consecrate a shrine to the warp, and Orks would knock the statues down, use the altar as a workbench, and nail a shooter to anything that hissed. On the eastern arterial road outside Kaurava city, Carron attempted something cleaner. A guard convoy crawled through the ash rain, bound for Dusala with munitions, replacement Vox arrays, ration crates, and survivors pulled from collapsing districts. Chimera transports rattled in line behind fuel haulers and flatbed trucks. Lehman Russ tanks guarded the front and rear. Infantry squads marched along the flanks with bayonets fixed, eyes red from smoke, faces hard with the fear of men ordered not to show fear. Their banners were soaked, their officers were exhausted, their Voxnets snarled with overlapping command traffic from stations that contradicted one another every few minutes. The Alpha Legion walked among them in loyalist markings. Their armor had been repainted in the colors of a loyal Space Marine relief force that would never arrive. Aquilas had been fixed over Hydra scales. Purity seals hung from ceramite that had known 10,000 years of treason. They moved with the convoy for nearly an hour, silent and imposing, accepting salutes from soldiers too relieved to question salvation. A captain of the conservators approached the largest of them. His face was hollow beneath his helmet. "My lord, your arrival is a blessing from the throne. Command said no Astartes were within reach." The legionary looked down at him through lenses polished to imperial red. "Command was mistaken." The captain nodded. "Then you have orders?" "Yes." The legionary raised his bolter and placed the muzzle against the captain's face. "Die correctly." The first shot detonated the officer's head inside his helmet. For a heartbeat, the convoy did not understand. Then all the false loyalists opened fire. Bolters barked at point-blank range. Mass reactive shells punched through flak armor, helmets, rib cages, and vehicle doors before bursting inside flesh. Guardsmen came apart in sprays of bone and red meat. Drivers died in their seats and sent transports slewing into one another. A sergeant turned to shout an order and lost the upper half of his skull. A Vox operator tried to scream betrayal into the net, but a chainsword cut him from collarbone to groin and spilled him across the road in steaming loops. The Alpha Legionaries shed Imperial colours in motion. Aquila plates fell away on magnetic releases. Hydras showed beneath. Cobalt green scales gleamed through ash and blood. Chainswords roared. They opened torsos, severed arms, split faces, and chewed through flak, leather, bone, and panic. A legionary punched through a chimera hatch, dragged the gunner out by the spine, and used the corpse to knock down 2 fleeing soldiers before shooting both. Another stepped onto a wounded man's chest and fired into the transport behind him until the passenger bay became a sealed box of detonations and shredded bodies. Vox channels filled with contradiction. Convoy under attack by Astartes relief elements. Negative. Relief elements confirmed loyal. Fire on convoy. Hold fire. Repeat. Hold fire. Traitor armor in loyalist colors. Execute all units transmitting from Eastern Arterial. By whose authority? By the Emperor's. By Dusala Command. By Isolt Command. By order of Lord Carron. That last phrase passed through the net like a knife through cloth. Some heard it. Some did not. Some heard it and decided it had been a burst of static shaped by fear. By then, the ambush was almost complete. Carron had intended the convoy's destruction to be useful, controlled, and exemplary. The munitions would burn. The Vox arrays would be taken. The survivors would be left hanging from road lamps with imperial seals nailed into their tongues. Loyalist Command would find too many bodies, too many false orders, too much uncertainty. Terror would mature into paralysis. Then the western smoke line exploded with engines. Trucks smashed into the convoy from the opposite side. They came through a collapsed service road in a screaming wedge, Gorgutz's boys hanging from every rail, firing wildly, laughing madly, convinced by no plan more complex than the glorious discovery that everyone ahead was close enough to kill. The first truck hit a fuel hauler and vanished in a rolling fireball that engulfed Alpha cultists, guardsmen and Orks alike. The second drove straight through a line of fleeing infantry, wheels kicking broken bodies under its chassis. The third struck a Chimera side-on, flipped over it, and threw boys into the middle of the Alpha Legion kill zone. They landed fighting. One Ork crashed onto a cultist and crushed him flat. Another bounced off the side of a Lehman Russ, stood up laughing, and began hacking at the track links. A Nob with a power claw charged the nearest Alpha Legionary, taking 2 bolt rounds in the chest, before slamming into him with enough force to dent Ceramite. Boys poured between burning trucks and opened fire on everything not green. Several opened fire on things that were green as well, because the smoke made details boring. The clean victory became a brawl. Alpha Legionaries adjusted instantly. Fire patterns shifted. Kill priorities changed. Bolters turned from fleeing guard to charging Orks. Chainswords met choppers in showers of sparks. A legionary took an Orc's arm off at the elbow, then had his helm seized by another greenskin who tried to twist his head free. He killed it with a point-blank bolt to the gut, but the blast spattered his lenses with blood thick enough to blind mortal eyes. The guard, trapped between treason and war, died in confusion. Some fired at the Alpha Legion, some fired at the Orks, some fired at both. Some knelt in the road and prayed until truck wheels ended the prayer. A commissar climbed onto a wrecked transport, screaming for order, and shot 3 soldiers for retreating before a rocket took him apart from the waist down. He lived long enough to continue shouting from the road, hands gripping his own exposed entrails, until a boy caved in his skull with a boot. Above it all, an Alpha Legionary voxed through the chaos to Isolt. They are not responding to terror doctrine. Carron listened from his war room, eyes fixed on the hololith where the convoy marker dissolved into uncontrolled violence. Then we will teach them a new fear. The arrogance of the words pleased the warp. Carron believed all life could be disciplined by pain. Men, certainly. Astartes, with sufficient leverage. Demons, with binding and price. Even Orks, he believed, would learn when enough bodies were made into lessons. On Kaurava first, the lesson became planetary collapse. Hab blocks became meat lockers after power failed and sealed doors trapped thousands inside with corpses, heat, and madness. Shrine squares became execution pits where rival loyalist commands hanged suspected traitors beside actual cultists, then were overrun by mobs wearing looted helmets and carrying severed heads as jokes. Manufacturing floors ran with oil, blood, coolant, and ash. Conveyor belts carried limbs instead of machine parts. Servo arms continued their labor after. The workers died, stamping, cutting, drilling, and welding flesh into the production line until the machine spirits jammed on human remains. In one district, a food processing cathedral kept running through the battle. Grain, corpse ash, orc spores, promethium residue, and fragments of uniforms fed into its grinders. The output came out as grey paste. Starving refugees fought over it until cult agitators opened the gates and Orks drove a truck through the ration line. This was not a duel. This was not glory. This was war as environmental collapse. Every structure became a weapon, a tomb, or a breeding ground. Every order became suspect. Every corpse became a message, a barricade, a meal for flame, a trophy, or fertile soil for something worse. At dusk, Gorgutz stood on the roof of a looted command transport outside the shattered remains of the Eastern Arterial Convoy. Around him, boys stripped armor plates from vehicles, mech boys argued over engines, grots crawled through dead men's packs, and knobs claimed trophies by volume and volume by violence. The road was impassable beneath wrecks and bodies. That meant it was now an Ork road. A captured cultist was dragged before him, face tattooed with a hidden hydra beneath soot and blood. The man had been found trying to recover encrypted data from a dead Alpha Legion operative. He shook as Gorgutz leaned down. "Dis true?" Gorgutz asked. "Does Spiky Boss been using Orks as distractions?" The cultist did not answer quickly enough. A knob broke his arm. The cultist screamed and nodded. "He directs the war. All pieces serve the Hydra. You are a pressure force, an instrument, a useful mass." The knobs looked at one another. Several did not understand the words, but they understood insult. Gorgutz understood enough. He was not offended like a human. He did not care about dignity, honor, or moral trespass. The insult was not that Carron lied. Good. Lies were tricks, and tricks could be dead useful. The insult was not that Carron killed Orks. Killing Orks proved commitment to the fight. The insult was hierarchy. "Dat Spiky Git thinks he's the boss of my fight." The words rolled out low. The nearest Orks quieted. This time, even the engines seemed to gutter beneath the weight of it. Gorgutz stepped down from the transport and seized the cultist by the throat. He lifted him one-handed, watched his boots kick, then bit the man's face away in a single brutal motion. He spat the mess into the road and tossed the twitching body to the grots. A big mech approached, wiping blood from a spanner. "Boss, we got food places, gun places, fuel places, shiny places. Where we going next?" Gorgutz looked toward the black horizon where Kaurava 4th burned beneath the storm. For a moment he did not answer. The Orks waited. Waiting was hard for Orks. That made the silence dangerous. Gorgutz's iron teeth showed. "Not the food worlds." The mech boy blinked. "Not the shiny guns." A knob frowned, wounded by the concept. "Not the Humi bosses." Gorgutz raised his power claw, and the last red light of Kaurava 1st's burning sky caught on its blades. Carron's head. The mobs roared as if the words had opened a gate inside them. Across the road, across the dead convoy, across the burning city districts and broken shrine squares, the Wa took the new objective into itself. Not as strategy written on parchment, not as command confirmed by Vox, as appetite, as direction, as the simplest truth Orks understood. There was a boss who thought he was bigger, so Gorgutz would prove he was not. Carron had ended kings with famine, governors with forged confessions, priests with revelations whispered into the ears of their most faithful servants. He had unmade generals without touching them, letting their own command staffs become knives, letting their own orders march them into graves. He had assassinated warlords with poisoned incense, broken regiments through counterfeit honor, and turned loyal bastions into tombs by changing a single cipher in a single sealed dispatch. The head was always the answer. Cut the head, and the body thrashed. Cut the correct head, and the body died. Orks were cruder than men, but Carron did not mistake crude for unreal. The Wa had a structure, even if it dressed that structure in bellowing, fistfights, engine smoke, and trophies. Gorgutz stood at the center of it, not as a commander in any imperial sense, not as a prince, not as a priest, not even as a beast king crowned by superstition. He was the largest pressure in the storm. His will pulled the mobs toward him. His laughter made them brave. His survival gave them shape. Kill the war boss, and the war might fracture into rival mobs. Nobs would challenge one another. Mech boys would steal what they could carry. Boys would fight over scraps, roots, guns, and the right to shout loudest. The green avalanche would not vanish, but it would lose direction. Carron stood in the black strategium beneath Isolt and watched the hololithic shape of Gorgutz burn in enemy green. "Remove him," said one of his lieutenants. "The mobs will disperse." Carron's eyes did not leave the projection. "They will not disperse. They will feed upon themselves. That remains useful. Useful is insufficient." The lieutenant lowered his gaze. Carron reached into the hololith, fingers passing through the rune marking Monse on Kaurava II. It was a fortified region, an ugly scar of imperial stone and gunmetal exposed to the Orkish pressure from the Rocklaw Mountains. Monse had suffered raids for generations. Its walls were layered with scorch marks, patched armor, devotional script, and the old bones of men buried where they fell because the siege guns had never allowed time for proper rites. It would serve. "Leak the reactor," Carron said. A mortal cipher savant looked up from his lectern, eyes blackened by sleeplessness. "My lord!" Carron turned his head. The savant understood his error and began again, voice trembling. "The false intelligence regarding the Titan reactor is prepared. It will pass through 3 compromised guard channels, 1 Orc-monitored Vox burst, and a pilgrim courier route. The bait will appear accidental." "Not accidental," Carron said. "Believable." "Yes, Lord. The reactor is to be named as damaged, unstable, and too valuable for destruction." The savant swallowed. "That will draw the greenskins. That will draw Gorgutz." No one in the chamber spoke against him. The plan was elaborate, but not excessive by Alpha Legion standards. A captured Imperial Titan reactor being transported through Mons was the kind of prize that could bend a war zone around itself. To the Imperium, it would be sacred machinery, a relic of God Engine wrath. To Carron, it was bait. To the Orks, it would be a glowing heart big enough to power some impossible engine, gun, fort, idol, or lunatic dream hammered together in a mech boy's skull. Carron knew Gorgutz would smell the trap. That did not matter. Some bait was too rich to refuse. The lie moved as all good lies moved, clothed in truth, carried by fear, and confirmed by the enemy's own desires. A convoy was reported leaving a hidden Mechanicus vault. Vox chatter spoke of radiation leaks, damaged containment, failing rights, and desperate relocation. Guard Command protested. Munitorum clerks denied authorization. Tech priests issued contradictory Binharic warnings, several of them generated by Alpha Legion engines buried in Isolt's depths. A dying pilgrim reached an Orc raiding path with half a map and a tongue already cut out, able only to point toward Monse before bleeding his last onto the dust. By dusk, the Orcs knew. By nightfall, Gorgutz knew better. He stood in a captured motor yard on Kaurava II, while rain hissed against hot wreckage. Around him, mech boys fought over pieces of a ruined basilisk. Grots dragged fuel hoses through puddles thick with blood and oil. Nobs argued about whether a Titan reactor would be better used for a cannon, an engine, a bomb, or a throne that glowed. Gorgutz listened to the report from a Grot who had memorized almost none of it, and survived only because the important words were shiny enough to remember. "Big, hummy, glowy bit," the Grot squeaked. "Dead important. Moving through Mons. Lots of guards. Maybe trap." Gorgutz leaned down. "Maybe?" The Grot nodded so hard his nose hit his own chest. "Dead maybe, boss." A knob with a chain wrapped around his fist snorted. "Spiky gets bait." Gorgutz looked at him. "Course it is." The knob blinked. "So we ain't going." Gorgutz's iron gob opened into a grin. "You stupid?" The knob wisely considered every possible answer and chose silence. "If the spiky git builds a trap round a Titan glowy bit," Gorgutz said, "that means there's a Titan glowy bit, or something close enough to make him think we'll come. So we come. We nicked a glowy bit. We smashed a trap. We find a spiky git what made it, and if he ain't there, We smash enough stuff that he wishes he was. The mech boys cheered the parts they understood. Gorgutz turned toward the dark shape of Monse beyond the smoke. The region's fortress lights glimmered on the horizon like weak stars about to be eaten. "We go loud," he said. But not all stupid. That was as close to subtlety as most orcs ever needed. Carron's killing ground waited under a sky stained by fire and warp light. Monse's outer road had been widened by centuries of military necessity, then narrowed again by Carron's design. Broken hab walls, barricade shells, wrecked transports, and false rubble channeled the approach into a long killing trench between two ridges. Beneath the road lay buried melter charges, each linked to redundant detonators, each hidden under layers of ash, stone, and corpse dust. In the ridge walls, plasma batteries waited behind sliding rock plates. Demonic binding circles had been cut into the ground with silver wire and powdered bone, their glyphs hidden beneath mud until blood awakened them. Sniper cultists lay entombed in foxholes with breathing tubes and needle rifles. Raptors crouched in the ash clouds above the cliffs.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Jump packs cold, blades chained to their wrists. A kill team waited at the rear of the trap, armed with power fists, combi melters, and the specific hatred of warriors assigned a single target. Their objective was not victory over the War. Their objective was the head. Gorgutz arrived in layers. First came the bikes and buggies, roaring into the approach with speed and stupidity used as armor. They hit the first mines and vanished in blossoms of dirt, fire, and green body parts. Wheels bounced away. Drivers flew screaming. A buggy cartwheeled through 3 more mines and detonated so brightly that even the orcs behind it cheered. Then came grots, shoved forward under scrap shields taller than themselves. They wailed, cursed, tripped, and advanced because the boys behind them fired whenever they slowed. Sniper shots picked them off in sprays of thin blood. Hidden mines tore gaps through their lines. A few reached the first barricades and began looting the bolts from them until plasma fire erased the entire front rank. Then came the boys. They came in roaring mobs, choppers high, shooters firing from the hip, boots pounding the corpse dust into fog. They surged over the dead grots, over the burning bikes, over the craters, and into the mouths of the plasma batteries. The ridges opened. Blue-white suns spat from concealed guns. Orcs became steam, charred bone, and shadows burned onto stone. Whole clusters vanished in flashes hot enough to glass the mud. The survivors charged through the vapor, laughing, coughing, shooting at the light. Then came knobs and battle wagons. The first battle wagon struck a melter charge and folded inward as if a giant fist had squeezed it. The road beneath it collapsed into a glowing pit. Orcs fell screaming into molten stone. Another wagon swerved around the crater and took a crack missile through the engine, grinding forward another dozen yards before bursting apart. Knobs leapt from wrecks before they stopped moving, armor smoking, power claws snapping, mouths open in bellows of challenge. Only then did Gorgutz come. He did not hide. He stood atop a looted, super-heavy chassis that should not have been able to move, let alone move quickly. The machine had been imperial once, perhaps a sacred engine of war before the orcs dragged it into their yards and remade it with scrap, spite, and lunacy. Its original turret was gone, replaced by a cluster of guns so mismatched they seemed to argue with one another every time they fired. Its sides were plated with wrecked tank hulls, shrine doors, engine grills, and captured banners. Its prow bore the remains of a golden aquila split down the middle and painted with a grinning glyph. Gorgutz stood above it all, one claw raised, daring the trap to show itself. The trap obeyed. The killing field ignited. Plasma turned the leading mobs into hissing clouds. Melter charges collapsed sections of road into pits of glowing ruin. Autocannons hammered from the ridges with punishing rhythm. Bolter discipline cut down wave after wave, each mass reactive shell detonating inside. Green flesh and bursting torsos open. Raptors dropped from the ash clouds like iron carrion birds, jump packs screaming, chain blades tearing into mobs isolated by the collapsing road. Cult snipers fired at drivers, banner carriers, weird boy minders, and any orc carrying a weapon too large to ignore. Demonic circles opened beneath the press of bodies. Brass hooks rose from the ground and dragged orcs down into screaming mud. Warp flame licked up in rings, turning skin black and eyes to boiling jelly. Some orcs died, some hacked at the hooks. One knob grabbed a demon thing by the horn as it emerged, head-butted it, and dragged it into the mob so his mates could have a go. Carron watched from a concealed command post carved into the ridge. The battle below was not war, it was geometry. Enemy mass entered the prepared lines. Fire reduced it. Movement channels split it. Kill teams isolated command vectors. Detonations adjusted terrain. The war boss continued forward, exactly where the trap required him. A lieutenant beside Carron voxed through the command net. Target within primary envelope. Carron watched Gorgutz's super-heavy grind over a field of dead orcs and burning metal. "Wait!" The lieutenant paused. "Lord, envelope is optimal." "Not yet." Below, Gorgutz's chassis struck the central melter web. Carron closed his fist. "Now!" The road became a sun. Melter charges detonated in a chained bloom beneath the super-heavy. The front half of the machine vanished into white fire. Armor ran like wax, tracks broke, guns cooked off. Orcs were thrown outward as blackened fragments. The blast hammered the ridges and blew cult snipers from their holes. A tower of flame rose high enough to stain the clouds. For a moment, the orcs stopped shouting. The wreckage settled in rivers of molten metal. Something inside it laughed. Gorgutz emerged on fire. His vehicle was gone beneath him, but the explosion had thrown him forward, closer to the Alpha Legion line. His armor plates glowed red. One tusk was broken. Half his face was blackened. Flames ran along his back and shoulders. He slapped them out with his power claw, tearing away a patch of his own armor in the process, then looked up at the ridge where Carron waited. "Dat all!" The Wa answered with a roar that shook dust from the fortifications. Carron's lieutenants knew then that the trap had changed. It had not failed. The war boss was wounded, isolated from the densest part of his army, exposed before prepared guns. The decapitation strike could still succeed. It should proceed by doctrine: remote detonation, crossfire, kill team advance, redundant execution. "My lord," said the nearest lieutenant, "withdraw to secondary command. We can finish him by fire." Carron did not answer. The brass hunger inside him had heard the laughter. The orc had survived the white heart of the trap and laughed at him. "My lord," the lieutenant pressed, "remote detonation remains viable. The final charges are beneath the shrine road. Draw him forward. Kill him at range." Carron drew his blade. The weapon slid free with a whisper too soft for the battlefield around it. Its edge drank the light. Runes moved beneath the metal like wounds beneath skin. "No." The lieutenant's helm turned slightly. "This is unnecessary." Carron looked at him then, and the warrior fell silent. Necessary is a word for servants. Carron stepped from the command post and descended into the killing field. The Alpha Legion saw him come and adjusted around him. Fire shifted away from his path. Cultists threw themselves into orc guns to clear his approach. Raptors landed along the ridgeline, uncertain whether they guarded him or witnessed him. The kill team followed at a distance, weapons ready, but none dared overtake their lord. Gorgutz saw him and grinned wider. "There you are!" Carron walked through smoke, ash, burning fuel, and body parts. Bolter rounds cracked around him. Orc shells struck nearby and threw dirt across his armor. A wounded boy lunged from a crater, chopper raised. Carron cut him in half without slowing. Another fired a shooter at point-blank range. The rounds sparked from Carron's pauldron before he opened the orc's throat with a backhanded stroke. The two warlords met beside the ruined prow of the super heavy. Carron struck first. His blade work was superior in every measurable way. He moved with the speed of a transhuman killer and the economy of a duelist who had murdered champions across centuries. The first cut opened a seam in Gorgutz's chest armor. The second took a strip of green flesh from beneath the arm. The third slid past the warboss's claw and carved across his face, adding red to the blackened burn marks. Gorgutz swung. Carron was not there. The power claws smashed into masonry, pulverizing a broken road shrine and showering the battlefield with stone dust. Carron came in low, blade punching into a knee joint, then withdrawing before the orc could crush him. Gorgutz roared, not in pain alone, but in approval. "Fast git," Carron answered with another cut, this one across the wrist cabling of the claw. Sparks spat. A lesser orc would have lost the weapon. Gorgutz hit him with his other fist. The blow caught Carron across the torso and hurled him backward through two cultists and a legionary who had moved too close. The cultists burst under the impact. The legionary staggered, armor cracked. Carron struck the ground, rolled, and came up with his blade still in hand. His warriors saw it. So did the orcs. Gorgutz charged. Carron met him with precision. Gorgutz met precision with mass. The warboss smashed aside wreckage, masonry, cultists, and one of Carron's own legionaries, unlucky enough to enter his path. The Alpha Legionary fired a combi melter into Gorgutz's side before the claw closed around him. The shot burned through armor and flesh. Gorgutz crushed the warrior anyway, Ceramite screaming, bones and organs pulping inside the plate. Carron used the opening to drive his blade deep beneath Gorgutz's ribs. The warboss coughed black-green blood onto Carron's helm. For a heartbeat, they were face to face. Carron's voice came through his vox grill as a cold, metallic snarl. "You are only meat with momentum." Gorgutz grabbed Carron by the shoulder guard. "You talk too much for a git and chop in range." He slammed Carron into the wrecked super heavy. The impact dented armor and sent warning runes flashing across Carron's retinal display. Gorgutz struck again, but Carron twisted aside, leaving the claw to tear through wreckage. He cut the warboss across the throat, not deep enough. He cut again at the thigh, at the elbow, at the armor straps, opening Gorgutz piece by piece. Gorgutz bled. Gorgutz laughed. Neither won. Both learned. Carron learned that Gorgutz was not merely durable. He was adaptive in the only way that mattered at killing distance. Every wound taught him where the blade liked to go. Every missed swing became a feint the next time. Every insult narrowed his focus. Gorgutz learned that Carron could not be taken like a knob or a guard officer. The spiky boss was quick, cruel, and slippery, a serpent in warplate, cutting not to trade blows but to dismantle. Around them, the trap continued to kill. Alpha Legion bolters hammered orc mobs trying to reach their warboss. Orc rockets blasted the ridges. Raptors tore through boys before being dragged down under sheer weight. Cultists screamed and died. Plasma batteries overheated from sustained fire. The ground was a trench of limbs, smoking craters, burning glyph banners, and ruptured armor. Carron broke away first, not from fear, from calculation returning like a blade to its sheath. He stepped back, blood and ash streaking his armor, and raised one hand toward the ridge. Gorgutz saw the gesture and lunged. Carron spoke the trigger phrase. Beneath the battlefield, the final trap awakened, or should have. Deep under the shrine road, detonator lines carried the command to a buried chain of melter charges, plasma cores, and demon-bound explosives, meant to erase everything within the central killing field. The blast would take orcs, cultists, Alpha Legion assets, the ruined Super Heavy, and Gorgutz. Carron had judged the price acceptable before the battle began. But Gorgutz had judged the shiny wires interesting before the battle began. Hours earlier, while the first bikes screamed into the minefields and the grots wailed under scrap shields, a pack of grots had crawled through drainage cuts beneath the road with orders shouted by a mech boy and misunderstood in useful ways. They were meant to look for mines. They found cables. Some they cut, some they stole, some they tied together because copper was valuable. Some they dragged away to make better sparking bits for a gun that would almost certainly kill its owner. Half the detonator lines were gone. The final trap fired, crippled. The right side of the killing field erupted. The left side did not. A row of melter charges turned a ridge face into molten rain, killing Alpha Legion havocs, orc mobs, cultists, and hidden snipers together. A demon-bound explosive misfired and birthed a screaming column of red flame that swallowed a battle wagon and 3 legionaries. Plasma cores burst under the road and opened a glowing crater full of dead and dying bodies. The center, where Carron and Gorgutz stood, survived. The shockwave hurled them apart. Carron struck the ground hard enough to crack stone beneath his armor. Gorgutz rolled through fire, crushed a wounded cultist under his back, and came up laughing through broken teeth and blood. All around them, the trap killed everyone except the 2 monsters it had been meant to decide. Carron rose slowly. Across the burning crater, Gorgutz did the same. For the first time that day, neither charged. The Butcher and the Serpent stood amid the ruin, each marked by the other, each alive despite plans, gods, and the arithmetic of slaughter. Gorgutz spat blood into the fire. Good trap. Carron's hand tightened around his blade. The warboss grinned. Next one better be louder. Carron returned to the peninsula of Iseult, beneath a sky that watched him bleed. The storm above Kaurava 4th churned in silence for a time, as if it were listening to the wounds beneath his armor. His transport descended through curtains of ash and warp light, engines howling in protest, as reality thinned around the fortress peninsula. Lightning crawled upward from the ground instead of down from the clouds. The Vox carried prayers in dead voices. The machine spirit of the gunship clicked warnings until the pilot servitor hammered its own skull against the control lectern and fell still with smoke leaking from its augmetic eyes. Carron did not acknowledge the omen. His armor was scored and cracked. One pauldron hung from a sparking restraint. His chestplate bore the dent of Gorgutz's fist. Black-green orc blood had dried across his blade, his greaves, his gauntlets, and the torn seals of his war harness. Beneath the ceramite, his ribs ached where the warboss had hurled him into wreckage. Pain did not shame him. Pain was information. Humiliation was the wound that would not close. His lieutenants waited at the landing altar in silence. None bowed too deeply. None spoke too soon. The Alpha Legion respected survival, but they feared what had survived in him. Carron stepped from the gunship and crossed the blood-slick iron without looking left or right. Cult attendants dragged wounded mortals from the ramp behind him. One had no legs, another had no face beneath his rebreather. A third kept repeating the words. Final trap failed in a thin, broken voice until a legionary crushed his throat with a boot. Within the hour, the whole of Iseult knew the truth without being told. Carron had not killed Gorgutz. Gorgutz had not killed Carron. Both armies made scripture from that survival. To the Alpha Legion, their lord had walked into the heart of the Orc tide and returned alive. The Butcher of Mons had endured the warboss's strength, measured it, marked it, and withdrawn by his own will. So the mortal cults whispered. So the demon priests claimed. So the officers repeated, because repetition was safer than interpretation. To the Orcs, Gorgutz had stood in the middle of a spiky, humy death trap, watched the world explode, come out burning, and laughed in the face of the blue boss. His broken tusk became a trophy of its own. His burns were proof. His wounds were invitations. Every boy who heard the tale made it louder, and every retelling killed more Alpha Legionaries than the last. Carron entered the lower shrines alone. There, beneath the roots of the old imperial sanctuaries, the peninsula of Iseult had become more than fortress and less than world. It was a throat around the storm. Brass pipes ran through the walls like veins. Chains hung from arches of black stone. Censers swung without hands, spilling smoke that smelled of copper, rot, and hot iron. The old Aquilus had been pried from the masonry and inverted. St. Bones had been ground into mortar. Every altar had been fed until the stone beneath it pulsed like flesh. Carron stood before the central shrine and removed his helm. For a moment, he looked almost calm. Then he ordered the sacrifices doubled. The cults obeyed with desperate joy. By nightfall, hundreds of mortals were chained into living sigils across the shrine floors. Their bodies formed hydras, circles, hooked runes, and the angular marks of the blood god. Some were traitors who had failed. Some were prisoners taken from Kauravan regiments. Some had served Carron faithfully for years and were chosen because faithful blood carried further in the warp. Iron hooks held their jaws open. Brass nails pinned their hands. Blood drained through grooves cut into the floor and vanished beneath the altar stones, drawn downward by engines that had no right to thirst. Captured orcs were brought next. They came chained in groups, roaring, biting, headbutting, and laughing at the wrong moments. Several had to be dragged by armored legionaries because mortal handlers died too quickly near them. One nob killed 6 cultists after both his arms were removed, crushing skulls with his knees and teeth before a melter blast took away his lower body. Even then, he continued shouting threats until a priest sawed open his throat. The orc blood changed the rites. It did not flow like human blood. It steamed where it touched the brass. It clotted too quickly, then pulsed as if remembering battle. Spores drifted from the wounds and settled into the altar cracks. The demon priests chanted louder, trying to bend the reaction into offering. The shrine answered by growing teeth. Small mushrooms pushed from the altar stones, pale at first, then green-edged, then ivory hard, each capped with little tooth-like ridges. They sprouted through blood grooves, around sacrificial hooks, between the feet of chained cultists. When one priest reached to pluck them away, the growth bit his finger to the bone. He screamed praises until Carron cut him down for incompetence. A lieutenant watched from the edge of the chamber, helm lenses reflecting altar fire. "My lord," he said carefully, "the orc biomass is unstable within the rite. It contaminates the geometry." Carron looked at the living sigils, the twitching prisoners, the tooth fungus, the brass chains slick with mixed blood. "Then the geometry will adapt. The storm has already become irregular since the anchor was damaged." Carron turned. The lieutenant held his ground for half a breath longer than wisdom allowed. "We advise restraint," he said. "Reinforcement of the remaining anchors. Delay of further personal engagement. The war boss is provoking a response." Carron's eyes brightened. There had been a time when such counsel would have pleased him. The Alpha Legion prized control because control multiplied force. Brutality was a tool. Terror was a lever. Slaughter was currency, never indulgence. His lieutenants understood this. They had followed him through campaigns of deception, sabotage, assassination, and controlled ruin. They had watched worlds die without the Legion ever revealing its hand. Now they watched their lord listen to something else, something beneath the war room, beneath the storm, beneath his own hearts. Cornity hunger had not replaced his mind. It had sharpened all the wrong edges. Every objection tasted like weakness. Every delay stank of cowardice. Every suggested withdrawal carried the shape of betrayal. He could still plan, still calculate, still weave falsehood through systems and armies. But there was a red god breathing behind every thought, asking why the plan required distance when the blade could be nearer. Carron walked to the armor reliquary. His war gear waited in the shrine alcoves like relics of different possible murders. The power sword hung first, elegant and old, its disruption field whispering blue murder along the edge. Beside it rested his bolt pistol, black-cased and brutal, the weapon that ended servants and officers with the same indifferent bark. A plasma pistol glowed in a suspenser cradle, caged heat purring behind sanctified vents. A melter gun leaned against a rack of flayed devotional scrolls, its barrel blackened from the fields of Mons. Below them lay the chain axe. It was cornite in every line, ugly with purpose. Its teeth worked from black iron and brass, its haft wrapped in cured skin. The weapon growled when Carron neared it, not with motor noise, with appetite. Farther back, behind warding chains, rested the Man-Reaper. Its long haft was scored with plague marks that had been defaced and overwritten by Hydra coils and brass kill runes. The blade was crescent-wide, stained by old toxins, old rot, and newer promises. It should not have belonged in Carron's arsenal. That was why he kept it. A weapon taken from another god's shadow made a useful insult. His hand hovered over the power sword, then over the chain axe. The lieutenant said nothing. Carron closed his fist around the axe haft. The weapon screamed awake. In the Rockclaw smoke miles and worlds away, Gorgutz returned louder than ever. He came back from Monsey burned, cut, dented, and delighted. Mech boys swarmed him with plates, rivets, cables, and suggestions. Pain boys offered to stitch his wounds with wire, replace damaged flesh with better metal, and attach additional armor in places he had not been hit yet, but might be hit later. Gorgutz allowed some of it, punched away what annoyed him, and kept moving through the camp, while mobs followed in a growing storm of questions and laughter. "Did the spiky boss run?" "He cut me good," Gorgutz said. The boys roared approval. "Did you crump him?" "Not yet." The roar grew louder, because not yet meant there would be another fight. Gorgutz weaponized that hunger. He did not need sermons. He needed jokes sharp enough to draw blood. He ordered mobs to return to destroyed Chaos shrines and leave glyphs where the Alpha Legion would find them. Crude hydras were painted on broken walls with their heads bitten off. Spiky helmets were used as squig bowls. Captured banners were repainted in red, yellow, and ugly green. One immense sign, hammered together from shrine doors and tank armor, was dragged into the remains of an outer anchor and raised above a heap of dead cultists. The letters were crude. The meaning was not. Carron is a runthird we've out da runts. The Orks did not understand every layer of insult. They understood enough. A boss without boys. A lord without proper followers. A loud thing pretending command. It was vulgar, childish, and perfect. When the image reached Isolde through a captured servo skull feed, Carron watched it in silence. Around him, the war room darkened with expectation. "He mistakes vulgarity for strength," Carron said. One of his senior lieutenants replied before caution could stop him. "No, Lord. He mistakes nothing. He is provoking you." Carron's head turned. The lieutenant's helm did not move. That was bravery or fatal discipline. Carron stepped closer. Then he will learn what answer a god gives. No one corrected the word. That night, Carron sent terror into the Ork camps. The raids came beneath artificial darkness, when Alpha Legion stealth craft slid low over the ash flats, and kill teams walked from smoke like judgment in scaled warplate. They struck outlying mobs first. Sentries died with throats opened before they could shout. Mechboy workshops were seeded with charges that detonated inward, turning scrap chambers into boxes of shrapnel and flame. Cult assassins crawled beneath trucks and wired engines to explode when started. Raptors dropped from black clouds, snatched orcs from watchtowers, and vanished before the bodies hit the ground. Corpses were hung from cranes by dawn. Skinless orcs dangled above the camps, muscles exposed, jaws wired open, glyphs cut into their flesh with surgical hate. Their blood dripped into fungus pits treated with alchemical poison. Captured nobs were returned alive after rites that would have broken human generals into drooling relics. Their eyes had been replaced with brass nails. Their tongues carried demon scripts. Their bodies twitched with messages spoken through their wounds. Vox towers woke with Carron's voice and other voices behind it. Some were mortal, some were not. Some were the voices of orcs killed at Mons, stitched together and made to beg. Some were demon things wearing orc accents badly, promising doom, weakness, failure, and the certainty that Gorgutz had led them into death for no reason. Against humans, it would have shattered morale. Men would have hidden from the cranes. Officers would have ordered purges. Priests would have burned the afflicted and prayed too loudly afterward. Units would have lost sleep, then discipline, then cohesion. Terror worked because human imagination collaborated with it. The orcs gathered around the hanging bodies and argued over who had been cut up best. One boy pointed at a skinless knob and laughed until another punched him for laughing first. A pain boy examined the brass nails and declared them dead interesting. Several mobs demanded to know where the sneaky killers had gone, not because they feared them, but because anyone that good at night killing must be worth chasing. When the possessed vox messages began, the orcs listened for several moments. Then one threw a boot at the speaker. Another shot it. A third claimed the demon voice had called his shooter small, which began a fight that spread across the camp and killed more orcs than the raid had. Gorgutz listened to the reports from atop a newly repaired battle wagon, his broken tusk capped in iron. "Spiky git's trying to scare us," said a knob. Gorgutz nodded. "Yeah, we've dead lads." "Yeah, and shouty ghost boxes." "Yeah." The knob scratched his head. "That's weird." Gorgutz grinned. "That means he's getting mad." The orcs responded in the only language they considered polite. Desecration. They looted chaos icons from ruined shrines and bolted them upside down to trucks. They tied demon skulls to exhaust pipes and laughed when the skulls screamed every time the engines revved. Brass runes were hammered flat and used as armor patches. Broken altarpieces became ramps. Possessed chains were wrapped around battle wagon wheels because they made a pleasing shriek at speed. A mech boy welded a snarling demon mask to the front of a buggy, then beat it with a spanner when it tried to bite the driver. Some orcs died screaming when the icons bit back. Others laughed and hit them with hammers until the demons shut up. The war became insult feeding retaliation, feeding slaughter. Carron answered orc mockery with raids. Gorgutz answered raids with desecration. Carron answered desecration with sacrifice. Gorgutz answered sacrifice by driving trucks through the edges of the blood rites and stealing the chains. Each response strengthened the other's certainty. Each wound became proof. Each failure demanded a louder correction. Above Kaurava 4th, the warp storm grew unstable. Its eye no longer held a fixed shape. It widened, narrowed, split, and reformed around colours no mortal tongue could name without blistering. The damaged anchors screamed beneath assault. Brass chains snapped in empty chambers. Demon engines refused commands, then obeyed orders no one had given. Astropaths across the system clawed out their own eyes and spoke of green laughter in the blood rain. Carron fed the storm with blood. Gorgutz fed it with war. Neither understood the whole of what they had made between them. Carron believed the storm was a weapon to be mastered, a path toward ascension, a wound he could widen until godhood answered. Gorgutz believed the bad sky meant the fight was getting better, and therefore the bad sky should be shouted at, shot at, and eventually crumped if it came close enough. The storm cared nothing for either belief. It had tasted Alpha Legion sacrifice, orc blood, human panic, demonic hunger, and the psychic thunder of a war swelling across worlds. It had tasted Carron's pride and Gorgutz's joy. It had tasted the red god's attention and the green race's impossible certainty. Above the peninsula of Isolde, the storm opened wider. Not like an eye now, like a mouth. Kaurava no longer counted its dead. Counting belonged to clerks, quartermasters, munitorum adepts, mourning priests, and officers still foolish enough to believe war could be folded into ledgers. Kaurava had passed beyond arithmetic. Shells moved between worlds in their billions, flung from orbital batteries, field guns, looted artillery, siege tanks, demon engines, and crude orc launchers welded together from stolen pipes and murderous optimism. Spores rode the smoke, prayers rose from burning trenches and died unanswered beneath the laughter of engines. Curses passed through vox static, astropathic nightmares, and the throats of men who had forgotten their own names but still remembered how to scream. Every horizon burned. No eye could hold the whole war. No commander could see more than a sliver of it before another district collapsed, another road was taken, Another fortress became a crater. Another crater became an orc nest. Another shrine became a slaughterhouse. Another slaughterhouse became a cult temple. Another cult temple became wreckage beneath green boots. Kaurava first choked on riots and shell. Fire. Kaurava second drowned beneath engines, spores, and burning grain. Kaurava fourth screamed beneath the storm. Between them, void lanes flashed with dying ships and desperate landers, their hulls split open by flak, lance fire, rockets, and things from the warp that wore the faces of old crewmen against the glass. Carron changed doctrine because the enemy demanded it. He no longer treated the Orks as an army alone. An army could be deceived, starved, decapitated, encircled, demoralized, and broken. Orks could be all of those things and still rise again from the soil weeks later, meaner, louder, and carrying better guns stolen from the attempt to destroy them. They were not merely soldiers, they were infestation, culture, ecosystem, and weaponized appetite made flesh. Every battlefield that was not burned to bedrock became a nursery. Every corpse field seeded another generation of green violence. Every abandoned bunker became a mushroom cave, a squig pen, a mech yard, or a shrine to noise. So Carron made war against reproduction. From Assault, he ordered orbital strikes, not against mobs, but against fungal growths detected by corrupted Auspex sweeps. Lance fire stabbed down into valleys where spores drifted thick as fog. Macro shells flattened breeding pits beneath mountains of dirt, ash, and boiling mud. Promethium saturation teams marched behind cultist screens and poured flame into orc growth zones until the soil cracked and ran black. Virus-tainted corpse fields were prepared with dead humans, poisoned groks, and orc bodies stitched with alchemical blight, all left where scavenger mobs would find them, fight over them, and drag contamination home. Pain boys were marked for death. Mech boys were marked for death. Run thirds, weird boy minders, fuel bosses, ammo bosses, banner carriers, drivers who survived too many crashes, even grots that seemed unusually good at finding detonator wires, all became targets. Alpha Legion kill orders spread through hidden cells and murder teams. Sniper cultists lay in sewage ducts for days to put one needle round through a pain boy eye. Raptors descended through ash clouds to tear mech boys from gantries and vanish before the mob understood what had been taken. Saboteurs poisoned squig troughs, corrupted tool racks, cursed fuel tanks, and left false glyphs that sent mobs into fungus pits already rigged with melter charges. Carron did not waste hatred on the method. Hatred was for the war boss. The rest was extermination logistics. Gorgutz answered with tempo. He did not need perfect supply lines. Perfect supply lines were for thin-skinned humies who died when their ration crates were late. Orcs built forward because everything ahead was raw material. Wreckage became armor. Armor became trucks. Trucks became barricades when they died. Barricades became ramps. Dead mobs became spores. Failed attacks became maps written in bodies. Alpha Legion ambushes gifted scrap. Destroyed predators donated plates. Burned rhinos donated engines. Fallen cultists donated skulls, boots, blades, and sometimes amusing hats. Attrition recruited for the war. Every orc that died gave the ground a future. Every surviving orc carried a story back to the fires. The stories changed as they traveled. A skirmish became a massacre. A lost mob became a glorious charge. A trap became a challenge. Carron became taller, faster, meaner, and more worth killing every time his name passed through iron teeth. The Cerulean slaughter began in the fertile lands south of Rocklaw, where Kaurava II had once fed cities, garrisons, pilgrim houses, and the endless hunger of imperial tithe. The fields were not simple farmland. They were food-processing megafields, continent-scale grids of grain towers, irrigation trenches, conveyor cathedrals, meat vats, silo shrines, and machine chapels where servitors once guided harvests with dead eyes and rusting hands. Blue nutrient lakes had given the region its name, their waters thick with alchemical feed and mineral dye. Now they reflected smoke, fire, and falling bodies. Carron sent armor through the megafields at dawn. Predators moved in spearhead formation, turret guns tracking with machine patience, Lascanan sponsons cutting the murk. Rhinos followed behind, their hulls daubed in Hydra markings and old Imperial unit codes used to confuse long-range Auspex returns. Land raiders came like moving bastions, assault ramps sealed, heavy bolters already purring. Havoc, squads occupied grain silos and conveyor roofs, laying out overlapping fire lanes with autocannons, missile launchers, and heavy bolters. Ancient walkers came with them, dreadnought things that should have been dead heroes, but were now screaming iron sarcophagi of rage, their fists crackling, their guns dragging chains through the mud. Raptors circled above in the smoke, jump packs coughing fire, waiting to descend where the Ork lines broke. Before them ran cultist screens. Thousands of mortal bodies moved in ragged waves through the blue grain. Flak plates mismatched, faces hidden behind rebreathers, eyes wild with stimulant frenzy and religious terror. Some carried autoguns, some carried mining charges, some carried banners of the Hydra, some carried nothing but knives and the promise that dying under Carron was more meaningful than living under the throne. Behind them, the Alpha Legion made geometry from murder. Their fire discipline carved the fields into lanes of death. Autocannon bursts walked through mobs with measured rhythm. Lascanan beams opened armored targets. Missile strikes broke clusters before they reached striking distance. Bolters fired in controlled volleys, each shell chosen, each detonation another body removed from the equation. Then, the Orks arrived. They did not come as a line. They came as a weather front made of iron, muscle, and bad decisions that worked because there were too many of them to fail cleanly. Battle wagons surged through irrigation channels, prows painted red, rollers spinning, side guns rattling. Looted tanks fired as they advanced, shells slamming into silos, fields, Orks, cultists, and empty sky. Killer cans waddled and clanked beneath clouds of sparks, their saws spinning, their pilots shrieking through tinny speakers. Deaf dreads stomped behind them, arms loaded with claws, burners, saws, and weapons that had no proper name, because the mech boy who made them had died before boasting clearly. Warbikes screamed along conveyor causeways. Rocket buggies bounced over trenches and fired into the smoke. Big shooters hammered from every wagon side. Burners washed blue grain in sheets of flame. Knobs in patched armor pushed through the fires with power claws raised. Boys came everywhere, through fields, over tanks, across roofs, beneath conveyors, pouring out of holes, wrecks, and burning transports as if the land itself had decided to grow weapons. The first grain silo exploded when an Ork shell struck a hidden Prometheum cache. The tower became a dirty sun. Its upper half vanished in a bloom of yellow fire and blue dust, showering the battlefield with burning grain, metal fragments, and cooked bodies. The shockwave flattened cultists in neat circles. Orks cheered and ran toward the blast because it looked important. Alpha Legion havocs on the neighboring silo kept firing until the structure beneath them cracked, leaned, and collapsed into a processing canal full of corpses. Conveyor cathedrals ground on despite the war. Their machine spirits were too simple or too stubborn to stop. Vast belts carried harvested grain into grinders, mixers, presses, and vat mouths. Then bodies joined the harvest. Cultists fell onto the belts and vanished beneath stamping pistons. Orks rode the conveyors laughing until industrial blades took their legs. A wounded Alpha Legionary dragged 3 boys into a threshing drum and disappeared with them in a burst of red, green, and ceramite shards. The output chutes poured paste into storage troughs, grain mixed with blood, bone, armor flakes, teeth, and blue nutrient slurry. A big mech drove into the heart of the slaughter atop a wagon whose engine screamed like a tortured beast. The vehicle had once been 3 trucks, half a chimera, a silo door, and a piece of something that might have been a shrine organ. A gun mounted on the rear fired backward every time the engine coughed. It killed several pursuing orcs, one cultist squad, and a low-flying raptor by accident. The big mech leaned toward Gorgutz, who stood on the forward plates of the wagon, laughing as shells struck around him. "Boss, the engine is full of blood and the gun is shooting backwards." Gorgutz looked over his shoulder as the rear gun discharged and blew apart a squad of Alpha Legion cultists trying to flank them. "Den point to back at their enemy, you clever git." The big mech froze, overwhelmed by revelation. Then he spun the entire wagon by wrenching the steering column, sideways. The vehicle skidded across blood-slick mud, smashed through a threshing station, and presented its rear-mounted gun toward an Alpha Legion predator. The backward firing cannon barked, bucked, and hurled a shell through the tank's side armor. The predator detonated, turret flipping into a field of burning grain. The big mech screamed in triumph. Gorgutz slapped him hard enough to knock out a tooth. "See, Kunin." Across the megafields, accidental genius multiplied. A rocket buggy misfired and launched itself into the air, crashing down atop a concealed Lascanon nest Carron had expected to remain hidden for hours. A deaf dread, blinded by promethium flame, stumbled through a wall and opened a path into an Alpha Legion ammunition store. Grots, fleeing a raptor attack, crawled into drainage tunnels and emerged behind a Havoc squad with stolen grenades and no plan except panic. Their panic worked. A battle wagon immobilized by melter fire became cover for 3 mobs, then a firing platform, then a bridge when another wagon rammed it from behind. Carron's armor columns did what they had been ordered to do. They slaughtered. Land Raider assault ramps slammed down, and Alpha Legionaries strode into the meat haze with bolters firing. Rhinos deployed kill teams into the flanks. Predators burned through looted tanks at range. Ancient walkers crushed orcs under iron feet, tearing through cans and boys with equal contempt. One hellbrute thing seized a deaf dread by the chassis and ripped it open, only for the orc walker's pilot to leap out with a wrench and attack the sarcophagus until a power fist reduced him to pulp. The Alpha Legion won ground by the meter and paid for it in ammunition, engines and time. Carron watched through a command relay from a Land Raider whose interior had been stripped of comfort and lined with tactical shrines. His armor had been repaired. His chain axe rested across his knees, teeth still, though the weapon seemed to vibrate whenever orc voices rose over the vox. "Central mob density declining," reported a legionary. "Eastern growth pits burning," said another. "Painboy signatures eliminated in Sector Ash Black. Mech activity reduced by half in the northern yards. Predator Talon 3 destroyed. Cultist Screen 7 expended." Carron absorbed it all. The battle was a tactical success. Enormous orc formations were being annihilated. Breeding grounds burned. Mech assets died. The fertile lands were becoming poisoned ash. The Cerulean region would not feed Kaurava again, not for humans, not for orcs, not for anything that did not thrive on ruin. Yet the surviving orcs did not diminish in meaning. They became harder. The mobs that broke through had crossed plasma, bolter fire, grinding machinery, virus fields, and promethium. The orcs who lived were the ones too stubborn, too lucky, too brutal, or too inspired to die. They carried better armor stripped from wrecks. They carried heavier guns. They shouted Carron's name, not as a curse, but as a promise of the next great fight. The Warg was drawing around that promise now, tightening like a fist. The war boss had changed the politics of orcish violence. Rival bosses who had doubted Gorgutz came to him because he had found the biggest, nastiest enemy in Kaurava and lived. That mattered more than territory, more than food, more than loot, though the loot helped. Around campfires made from burning conveyor belts and tank fuel, Gorgutz named Carron the best fight in the system. He said it often. He said it loud. He said it where every knob could hear and understand that following him meant marching toward the enemy worth boasting about. "Da homies die easy," Gorgutz roared from atop a wrecked Land Raider, one boot planted on a dead Hydra banner. "Da guard run, da little cult gits squeal, da spiky boys is better, and Carron is the best of 'em. He cuts, he tricks, he blows up half the world to get one good swing. That is a boss worth crumping. The mobs roared. Gorgutz pointed his claw toward the storm-bruised horizon. So he is mine. Several rival knobs considered objecting. None did. One did later, when drunk on fungus brew and victory smoke. Gorgutz broke his jaw, shoved him into the mouth of a squig, then pulled him out before he died so everyone could hear him admit the point. By morning, the rivals' mob had painted Carron's name onto their vehicles beneath crude drawings of bitten hydras. Carron won the cerulean slaughter. The Alpha Legion burned the growth pits. They destroyed convoys, killed mech boys, shattered mobs, and left the megafields a continent of ash, corpse paste, poisoned mud, and broken machines. From orbit, the region glowed with fire lines and cooling craters. From ground level, it was a landscape of conveyor bones and burning grain, where dead orcs lay stacked beside dead cultists, and the machine cathedrals still shuddered through their final cycles. Carron won tactically. Strategically, the war moved closer to him. By the next cycle, several Alpha Legion sleeper cells on Kaurava 2nd stopped reporting. At first, the silence meant little. Cells went dark by design. Communication discipline was survival. Some vanished to avoid detection. Some cut themselves off when compromised. Some died and left no echo. The Hydra did not panic when one head disappeared. Then another cell failed to answer, then another. Then a coded transmission reached Isolde from a listening post buried beneath an abandoned refinery on Kaurava 2nd. The signal carried the correct cipher preamble, the correct timing, the correct layered authentication. It reached Carron's war room and unfolded through the stolen tactical engines with all the marks of Alpha Legion protocol. A mortal Vox adept began to read it aloud, then stopped. Carron looked at him. The adept's face had gone pale. "Speak." The adept swallowed. "My lord, the transmission uses cell phrase Hydra glass. It claims operational success and requests extraction." "From which cell?" "Cell, Ninefold Ash." A lieutenant's helm turned. That cell was assigned to deep infiltration among Orc salvage crews. Carron's eyes narrowed. "Continue." The adept listened to the signal again. Static hissed. Then came voices, not screams. Laughter. Orc laughter. It came in layers, several throats imitating the clipped cadence of Alpha Legion code phrases, mangling them with mock ceremony. "Hydra Dominatus," one orc voice barked. More laughter. "Cell all sneaky-like. Requestin' lotsa extraction." Another voice, deeper, added, "We extracted the heads already." The war room went very still. The transmission ended with the sound of something wet striking a Vox grill again and again, followed by crude attempts at whispering. "Alfarius!" hissed an orc, then burst into hysterics. Carron stared at the dead channel. Around him, his lieutenants said nothing. Far away on Kaurava 2nd, in some stolen bunker or looted refinery, orcs were laughing in Alpha Legion voices. The Alpha Legion did not die when one head was cut away. That was the lesson every enemy learned too late, if they lived long enough to understand the shape of the ruin around them. A command bunker destroyed was only a shell. A warlord slain might only be a mask. A shrine burned might only expose the tunnel beneath it. A cell purged in flame might already have seeded 3 more in the ash. The Legion endured because it was not a spear thrust from one hand. It was a nest of blades, each hidden inside another, each answer guarded by a better lie. Carron's command structure beneath Isolde had been built on that doctrine. Cells within cells. Agents who knew only dead names. Cult networks that believed they served rival masters. Supply lines split into false trails. Vox relays that spoke in prayers, shipping manifests, pilgrim hymns, distress calls, and the background static of ruined worlds. Even his lieutenants did not see the whole of it. They saw enough to obey, enough to kill, enough to suspect everyone except themselves. That suspicion was not a flaw. It was an immune system. After the cerulean slaughter, that immune system turned inward. Every silence became evidence. Every delayed transmission smelled of compromise. Every surviving operative was questioned by men who had once trusted him with secrets, then questioned again by men who did not know the first interrogation had occurred. Mortal agents vanished from barracks, refectories, medici cages, and prayer chambers. Some returned with blank eyes and new orders. Some returned as servitors. Some did not return at all. The war room beneath the peninsula of Iseult hummed with paranoia. Stolen Imperial tactical engines clicked and shivered, their brass teeth moving across parchment feeds slick with oil. Hololithic maps of Kaurava II pulsed in, fractured layers. Whole regions flickered between confirmed, suspected, lost, corrupted, and unknown. Unknown was the most dangerous room. It meant the Hydra could no longer see one of its own coils. Carron stood over the projections in repaired armor, the Cornete chainax mag locked across his back and the power sword at his hip. His gauntlets rested on the strategium rail. He had not slept. He had not removed his armor since the last sacrifice. Blood had dried in the seals. His eyes burned with the same fever the storm showed in the sky above. Cell Ninefold Ash is lost, said a lieutenant. Already known, Carron answered. Cell Sable Cantor failed to report after receiving extraction phrase. Assume compromise. Cell Mirror Saint transmitted loyalty confirmation. Carron looked up. Too quickly. Yes, Lord. Purge them. The lieutenant did not hesitate. All of them? Carron's stare was answer enough. The Hydra survived by multiplying. It also survived by biting off infected flesh before rot reached the spine. What none of them understood at first was that Gorgutz had struck at their greatest strength without fully knowing what he had touched. The Orks had looted everything. They always did. They looted guns, teeth, engines, boots, banners, fuel tanks, helmets, ration tins, shrine bells, tank plates, knives, bones, cogitators, devotional seals, live prisoners, dead prisoners, maps, vox arrays, ammunition, doors, wheels, chains, and anything shiny enough to offend a mech boy into ownership. They looted Alpha Legion dead because the armor was flash. They looted cult shrines because the screaming icons were funny. They looted command bunkers because buttons did things when hit hard enough. They looted encrypted cogitators because the boxes kept whispering and therefore clearly wanted to be louder. In a refinery ruin on Kaurava II, a mob of looters and mech boys found a hidden relay shrine beneath a false Prometheum tank. Its entrance had been sealed with Hydra-coded locks and guarded by cultists who died believing their secrets secure. The Orks blew the door open with rockets, killed the defenders, and dragged the machines into the yard. The cogitators were black iron blocks veined with green light, filled with encrypted cell ledgers, false identities, dead drop routes, cipher phrases, shrine coordinates, sleeper networks, and stored vox echoes from across the system. The mech boys did not know that. They knew only that the sneaky box made noises when kicked and sparked blue when hit with a wrench. Needs more shout, said one mech boy, so they gave it more shout. They wired the cogitator stack to captured vox masts, Imperial relay dishes, Ork loudspeakers, a damaged astropathic amplifier, and the power core from a looted chimera that should have died days earlier. They added glyph plates because glyph plates improved everything. They painted the whole assembly red on one side to make the messages go faster, and yellow on the other so the explosions would be better if it failed. A grot was shoved inside the lower maintenance cavity to hold two cables together with his teeth. Then they turned it on. The sneaky box shouted across Kaurava. It did not broadcast cleanly. It spat fragments, ghost codes, map overlays, authentication keys, false names, true names, partial routes, devotional phrases, kill orders, and compressed screams from old interrogations. It shrieked in Alpha Legion cadence through Ork amplifiers. It repeated Hydra passcodes through guard vox bands. It displayed cult shrine coordinates on stolen Imperial Auspex nets. It sent sleeper agent identity tags into half-functional command relays and to every listening post unlucky enough to still have power. Imperial remnants heard it first and did not understand why their command slates suddenly named the Commissar's adjutant as a known traitor, the Cathedral Provost as a covert courier, and 3 supply tunnels as Alpha Legion arteries. Rival factions heard enough to move. Guard purge squads raided houses of worship and found weapon caches behind St. Bones. PDF survivors stormed a Medici storehouse and uncovered a cell of Hydra-branded chirurgeons poisoning casualty blood. Orc mobs heard locations and treated them as treasure maps. They crashed into cult shrines, sleeper dens, hidden tunnels, and false command posts with no idea why those places mattered, only that the fighting inside was excellent. The exposure was not perfect. It was worse than perfect. Perfection could be diagnosed. Imperfections spread doubt. Some exposed cells were real. Some were decoys. Some had been abandoned. Some were loyal but now useless. Some were too valuable to lose and too compromised to keep. Some names belonged to men who did not know they were agents until Carron's execution squads arrived and proved it with a bolt round. Carron ordered mass silencing. Across Kaurava first, Kaurava second, and the lesser stations still clinging to order, entire cult networks were purged by their own masters. Hydra priests locked their congregations inside Undercroft chapels and flooded them with promethium. Operatives shot couriers before opening their messages. False Imperial officers summoned their own staffs for emergency briefings and detonated the rooms once everyone arrived. Sleeper cells that had served for years were erased because they had become visible. Loyalty did not save them. A manufacturing overseer, who had turned 3 production lines to Carron's service, died kneeling before an Alpha Legionary, whose ammunition he had hidden from the guard. A refugee preacher who had woken 12 cult cells in Kaurav City was garroted by the acolytes he had trained. A child courier with cipher scars under his scalp was shot before he could be captured by Orks. A penal commander who had fed thousands of men into Carron's battles was burned alive with his regiment because one Vox phrase in his command chain had been repeated by the Orc broadcast. The Alpha Legion did not mourn tools, it accounted for them. In Isolt's War Council, the cost finally found a voice. The council chamber was a circular vault beneath the central shrine, its walls plated with black iron and scaled ceramite taken from dead legionaries. Hollow flames burned in floating censers. Mortal scribes knelt in pits below the floor, writing with quills made from finger bones. Around the central table stood Carron's senior warriors, each a veteran of old betrayals, each dangerous enough to command a war of his own, each silent beneath the storm's pressure. Varrock spoke. He was older than many worlds' histories, a lieutenant whose armor bore no ornament beyond the Hydra. He had planned 3 of the Kaurava uprisings, seeded the Dusala command collapse, and personally executed the officers who knew enough to betray the work. He was not sentimental. That made his objection harder to dismiss. Gorgutz should be contained, Varrock said. The chamber stilled. Carron did not look at him. Continue. The war boss thrives on pursuit. Every attempt to answer his provocations increases his authority among the greenskins. Every personal engagement magnifies him. We should seal Rocklaw corridors, starve his fuel expansion, sever his mech networks, and let rival bosses question his momentum. You advise delay. I advise doctrine. Carron's fingers flexed once against the table edge. Varrock continued because he had already crossed the blade line. The Orc broadcast damaged our secrecy because we allowed the beast to seize initiative. We must not chase insult. We must not shape the war around Carron against Gorgutz. The Hydra is wider than one head. Some of the lieutenants remained motionless. Others turned their helms slightly toward Carron. The storm groaned through the stone above them. Carron looked at Varrock then. You believe I have become a liability. I believe the war boss is using your rage. The words hung in the air like a drawn knife. Carron moved faster than the mortal scribes could see. The chain axe came free from his back in a roar of brass teeth. Varrock's hand went to his blade, but he did not clear the scabbard before Carron struck. The axe bit into his pauldron, chewed through ceramite, and carved deep into the meat beneath. Varric staggered, but did not fall. He drew after all, power blade hissing to life, and for one breath, the council chamber became a battlefield waiting to happen. Carron struck again. The chain axe tore through Varric's chestplate and lodged in the ribs. Sparks, blood, and black fibre bundles burst outward. Varric drove his own blade toward Carron's throat. Carron caught his wrist, crushed the armour joint, and headbutted him hard enough to crack his helm lenses. Then he wrenched the axe free and buried it in Varric's abdomen. The lieutenant dropped to one knee. No one moved to aid him. Varric looked up through shattered lenses. His voice came through the vox in broken static. Hydra Dominatus, not Carron Dominatus. Carron leaned close. The Hydra has many heads, he said. Today, mine is the only one that speaks. He tore the axe upward. Varric came apart in a ruin of ceramite, bone, and organs. Blood splashed across the council table and ran through the carved channels into the scribe pits below. One mortal scribe flinched when the blood struck his face. Another kept writing because he understood survival better. Carron let the body fall. This death, he said, breathing hard, is a necessary refinement. No one believed him. Everyone understood. It had been rage. The council bowed anyway. Hydra Dominatus, they said. The words sounded thinner than before. Far away, the Orks prepared the greatest offensive Kaurava had yet seen. Gorgutz gathered mobs from Kaurava second until the Rockclaw passes groaned beneath their weight. He pulled in looted armour from Kaurava first, battle wagons plated with city gates, trucks built from hab elevators, tanks patched with university bronze, gun rigs dragged from Dusala depots, and wrecked guard artillery made louder through Ork abuse. Scrap fleets assembled in low orbit and upper atmosphere, ugly landers clamped together from dead ships and stolen cargo hulls. Weirdboy covens were chained in circles under iron towers, their mindards beating them into focus whenever green lightning began to leak from their ears. The Orks were no longer reacting. They were invading the storm's heart. Gorgutz stood before a map of Kaurava 4th, painted onto the side of a crashed aircraft. The peninsula of Isolt had been marked with a huge blue spiky face and a crude arrow pointing to its skull. A knob jabbed the map. "We go there?" Gorgutz slapped him. "No, we go everywhere round there first. Den there, den through there, den on top of there." The knob nodded as if this was profound, because it was. A weird boy behind them groaned and levitated several inches off the ground. "Bad sky wants blood," he muttered. "Bad sky wants green. Bad sky wants boss." Gorgutz turned. Bad sky can wait its turn. The weird boy vomited lightning onto a grot. The grot exploded. Gorgutz laughed. "See, everybody's excited." On Kaurava 4th, Carron prepared the peninsula as a killing labyrinth. Minefields spread across the approaches in layers, some mechanical, some demonic, some alive enough to burrow toward footsteps. False trenches were dug and lined with explosive charges, then filled with corpses to look used. Real trenches twisted behind them in patterns meant to split mobs into fire pockets. Demon gates were bound beneath ruined chapels, ready to open when Ork mass reached the correct density. Corrupted manufactorums were reawakened, their conveyor lines turned into traps, their assembly arms programmed to seize living bodies and drag them into grinders. Artillery arcs were calculated and recalculated by stolen engines until every approach became a promise of shell fire. Possessed bastions rose along the inner rings. Their walls twitched, their gun slits blinked, their doors breathed. Cultists nailed themselves to parapets to act as living ward signs, screaming whenever Orks came too near. Legion kill teams moved through the tunnels beneath them, marking fallback points, crossfire lanes, detonation wells, and assassination corridors. Raptors nested in the upper ruins. Havocs claimed tower lines. Land raiders waited in underground bays, with engines idling like caged beasts. Ancient walkers were chained in the dark until the hour came to release them. At the center, Carron expanded the ritual circles. This was the secret horror beneath the fortress plan. Every death would feed the storm. Not only sacrifices at the altar, not only cultists ritually opened beneath brass knives, every orc body, every human slave, every alpha legionary spent in defense, every grot crushed beneath tracks, every knob burned in plasma, every demon torn apart and reformed. The circles beneath Isolde had been carved wide enough to drink battlefield slaughter through the soil itself. Blood grooves ran into sinkholes. Brass pylons drank psychic pressure. The damaged anchors were reinforced not to calm the storm, but to make it hungrier in the correct direction. Carron planned to let millions die on the peninsula because every corpse would strengthen the wound above him. Gorgutz planned to send millions because every corpse proved the fight was worth having. Neither saw contradiction. Both called it strategy. The first orc columns began moving under a sky bruised green and red. Engines roared from Kaurava 2nd's staging grounds. Crude landers lifted on pillars of smoke. Scrap fleets broke orbit with uneven thrust, some colliding before they cleared the atmosphere, others shedding plates and passengers into the void. Boys sang war chants that were mostly threats. Knobs fought for places in the first waves. Mech boys welded guns until the last possible moment, and then continued welding as vehicles moved. Weird boy covens screamed as the war field dragged their minds toward Kaurava 4th. From Isolde, Carron watched the approach. His lieutenant stood behind him, fewer than before. No one mentioned Varrock. No one mentioned restraint. The void above Kaurava 4th darkened as the fleets converged. Stars vanished one by one behind smoke, warp cloud, engine trails, and the spreading mouth of the storm. The planet below turned beneath it all, scarred, armed, and waiting. For a time, the heavens seemed to hold their breath. Then the first orc transmission punched through the static, loud enough to make mortal Vox Adepts scream. "Oi, Carron! We's comin'!" The stars over Kaurava 4th looked like they were drowning. The peninsula of Isolde had once been farmland, city, and prayer. Before the storm, before Carron, before the hydra coils beneath the stone, it had known seasons. Wind had moved through grain. Bells had called workers from the fields. The soil had been cut by irrigation trenches, not corpse channels. The streets had borne carts, pilgrims, tithe clerks, livestock, patrols, and weary men returning from labour beneath the cold eyes of saint statues. Its manufacturums had processed food, machine parts, fuel canisters, and agricultural engines. Its shrines had been ugly, practical things, built for frightened people who begged the emperor for rain, protection, and enough time to die old. Now Isolde was Carron's fortress. Now it was the true heart of the storm. The farmland had become killing ground. The fields were gone beneath mine belts, razor wire, corpse trenches, demon wards, artillery pits, and broken ferrocrete teeth. The city had become layered bastion, labyrinth, and altar. Streets ended in false gates. Gates opened into dead zones. Dead zones narrowed into kill canyons, where overlapping fire lanes waited behind walls of black iron and repurposed stone. Bridges crossed ravines and trenches only to collapse on command. Real tunnels ran beneath false ones. False trenches invited assault and hid Prometheum floods beneath their floors. Corpse-lined ditches wound across the approaches, packed with bodies in various states of rot, bait, disease, and ritual purpose. Carron had designed the fortress to fight orcs. It was not enough to stop them. Nothing honest ever was. It was designed to consume them until the numbers ceased to matter, until the green tide became meat packed into channels, until even orcs ran out of momentum or bodies or laughter. Narrow kill canyons broke mobs apart. Layered walls forced battle wagons to turn their vulnerable flanks. Artillery pits covered every open stretch of ground. Possessed bastions watched the approaches with blinking gun slits. Demon wards crawled over the earth in brass and bone, drinking blood before it cooled. Collapsing bridges hung over pits filled with spikes, fuel, and things that whispered in the dark. Carron wanted the orcs to come forward. He wanted them packed tight. He wanted them dying in such numbers that the storm above would choke on their souls. The Orks came anyway. They fell from the sky before the ground battle began. Drop rocks broke through the clouds like burning moons. Crude asteroids and scrap hulks hollowed out, filled with boys, engines, guns, grots, squigs, and whatever else had been close enough to shove inside before launch. Some struck miles short, digging craters across the ash plains and killing everyone aboard so thoroughly that only spores and wreckage survived. Some broke apart in the upper atmosphere, raining burning orcs and metal across Isolt's outer defenses. Some exploded in the air when Alpha Legion flak found their fuel cores, becoming green fire blossoms that painted the smoke clouds from beneath. Some landed directly on Alpha Legion guns. The Orks counted these as successful assaults. One drop rock struck an artillery redoubt and flattened 3 basilisk-sized demon guns beneath its mass. The front cracked open like an egg of rust. Boys crawled out through smoke, teeth bared, many already on fire, and immediately began killing the stunned cult crews with choppers, fists, boots, and bits of their own wrecked lander. Another fell into a minefield and detonated half the outer belt ahead of the main attack. Gorgutz's mobs cheered because the path was now marked. Then came crude landers, trucks dropped by chain harness, warbikes screaming down from ramps before the craft touched earth, walkers dangling beneath engines never intended to lift them, squiggoths hurled down in armored cages, and mobs packed so tightly into assault hulks that the first Orks out were already fighting their own dead for room to breathe. The peninsula shook. Gorgutz came with them, not in the first impact, not in the last, but at the point where the battle was loud enough to deserve him. His command hulk slammed into the outer mudflats amid a storm of flak, rockets, and burning debris. The hull tore open across the side, disgorging trucks, knobs, grots, mech boys, and a deaf dread, whose pilot immediately shot one of his own wheels off a nearby buggy and declared the landing a good omen. Gorgutz climbed from the wreckage onto the back of a battle wagon, already grinding forward. The storm above Isolt looked down at him. He looked back and spat. "Forward, you gits!" That was the command. It was enough. The first phase of battle belonged to Carron. Long-range fire opened from the fortress in a single arranged breath. Autocannons stitched the leading mobs into pulp, each burst walking through bodies with machine precision. Heavy bolters tore boys apart in red-green detonations. Lascannons burned through looted tanks, cutting them open from prow to engine. Missile batteries struck drop sites before Orks could form around their banners. Plasma weapons fired from hidden casemates and turned knobs into steam, charred bone, and molten armor plates. Demon engines crouched behind the first wall and vomited fire across the beachheads, black flame and promethium rolling together over the packed bodies below. The Orks died in mountains. Front mobs vanished. Entire waves became shredded meat before they reached the first wall. Trucks exploded and threw passengers into minefields. Bikes struck monofilament wires and came apart in sprays of blood, wheel fragments, and spinning limbs. Kilocans staggered under Lascannon fire until their boilers burst. Battle wagons burned from within. Squigs ran screaming through the smoke with their hides alight. Grots evaporated under shell bursts so quickly that only their shadows remained on the mud. The beachheads became slick ramps of green meat. Carron watched from within the inner strategium, surrounded by hololithic maps and bleeding shrines. His face was hidden behind his helm. His chain axe hung at his back. His power sword rested in his hand, though there was no enemy within a mile of his command vault. Around him, lieutenants called out fire corrections with cold economy. Outer canyon black, saturation complete. Second wall batteries firing. North bridge primed. Demon engine Talon released. Ork casualties beyond reliable count. Carron heard that last report and felt the storm shudder above him. Continue. The Alpha Legion did. The second phase belonged to the dead. The Orks used them as terrain. Where the mud was too slick, bodies made traction. Where the walls were too high, corpses became ramps. Where minefields waited, grots were shoved forward under scrap shields until enough detonations had cleared a path. Grots tunneled beneath corpse piles with knives, teeth, and stolen augers, emerging inside trenches where they bit, stabbed, and pulled pins from grenades they did not understand. Mech boys welded wrecked vehicles together under fire, turning broken trucks and burned battle wagons into moving barricades that lurched forward on surviving wheels, dragged by chains, pushed by mobs, or powered by engines too stubborn to die. Burner boys cleared trenches by drowning them in flame. They leaned over the lips of captured ditches and poured liquid fire into the depths until cultists came out screaming, their robes and skin burning. Together, some Alpha Legion slave troops tried to hold firing steps while their legs burned beneath them. Others clawed at warded walls and begged for gods, any gods, to answer. The Orks kicked them back into the fire or shot them for making noise that was not fun. Power claws tore open bunker doors. A fortified gatehouse on the eastern canyon held for nearly an hour under constant assault. Its murder slits spat disciplined fire. Its demon wards killed anything green that touched the walls. Then a knob mob reached the access slope under a canopy of wrecked armor plates. 3 died to mines. 2 were taken by a thing under the stone that dragged them down screaming. The biggest reached the door, plunged his claw into the hinge assembly, and tore with a roar that drowned the guns above him. The adamantium cracked. The second pull ripped the door free. The Orks went in like a flood through a broken dam. The bunker's internal vox transmitted firing orders for 12 more seconds. Then it transmitted screaming, then Ork laughter. Carron's fortress kept killing. It simply could not kill fast enough everywhere. That was Gorgutz's brutality. It looked simple because it was spoken simply. Forward, hit, keep hitting. But beneath that simplicity was pressure applied everywhere at once. Every wall had too many mobs before it. Every kill canyon filled faster than guns could clear it. Every minefield spent itself on bodies, wheels, and grots. Every artillery arc had 3 targets, then 9, then too many. Every clever defense demanded attention. Every moment spent extinguishing one fire allowed 2 others to grow teeth. Carron's lieutenants understood it and hated the elegance of its stupidity. Their momentum is diffused across all approaches, one reported. Then collapse the western false trenches. They are already occupied by Orks and slave troops. Collapse them, the order passed. The western false trenches folded inward with controlled detonations. Thousands died. Orks, cultists, grots, and the wounded vanished under stone, fire, and barbed iron. The ground settled. For several moments the approach seemed sealed. Then movement stirred in the dust. Orks began digging out. Some dug with hands, some with teeth. Some climbed from the rubble carrying bits of their dead mates as shields. A mech boy emerged beneath a slab of wall, laughed because he had found several unexploded mines, and immediately set about wiring them to a truck. Carron watched the rune cluster reappear. His hand tightened around his sword. "Open the gates." A lieutenant turned. "Lord?" "The demon gates." The chamber went colder. Beneath the outer walls, beneath ruined chapels and blood-filled undercrofts, circles of brass and bone ignited. Chains snapped upward. Mortal sacrifices nailed into the gate frames convulsed as their souls tore open. Reality thinned in red slits across the battlefield. The first demons came through laughing. Bloodletters bounded into the Ork mobs, red-skinned, horned, blades burning with murder older than suns. They struck with impossible speed, cutting boys apart, severing limbs, opening bellies, drinking the spray. Warped things came with them, not all shaped by one god, some crawling, some winged, some made of blades and shadow and hunger. They tore into the Orks with a hatred that needed no orders. For a moment, the Wa staggered. Then Gorgutz saw them. He stood on the roof of a half-crushed battle wagon, his armor blackened by soot, his claw dripping with legionary blood. A demon tore through a mob below him, cutting down boys with a blade of red brass. Gorgutz threw back his head and laughed. "Ha! The spiky git brought red boys. Kill 'em too." The Orks obeyed. They did not understand demons as theological horror. They were enemies. Enemies could be shot, chopped, burned, rammed, bitten, looted, or used as proof that the fight was improving. A bloodletter took a knob's arm off. The knob headbutted it and held it still long enough for 3 boys to hack at its legs. A warped beast with a mouth in its stomach swallowed Grotz whole until a tankbuster fired a rocket directly into that mouth and blew both apart. A demon blade killed every orc who touched it, so more orcs tried to touch it because clearly it was a good weapon. Some boys tried to loot demon weapons. Most died screaming as the weapons bit, burned, possessed, or drank them dry. A few succeeded briefly. One orc seized a hellblade from a collapsing demon and used it to carve through 3 cultists, 1 Alpha Legion sergeant, and 4 of his own mates, before the blade turned in his grip and cut him in half. His mob applauded. A knob wrapped a possessed chain around his power claw and beat it against a wall until the spirit inside stopped shrieking and started helping. The demon attack became another front, not an ending. Bloodletters killed orcs by the hundreds. The orcs killed bloodletters by joy, mass, and refusal to understand dread. The first day became an apocalypse of local horizons. On the northern approach, Alpha Legion predators fired until their barrels glowed and their ammunition hoppers ran dry. Cultists carried fresh shells through fire, many dying before reaching the guns. On the southern wall, a land raider held a breach against 3 mobs and 2 death dreads. Its assault ramp lowered, its embarked legionaries firing from the threshold, while the machine's heavy bolters chewed the ditch into paste. On the eastern bridge, orc bikes crossed so fast that the charges beneath it detonated too late, killing the second and third waves but leaving the first inside the perimeter. On the western corpse trenches, grots tunneled beneath the bodies and opened drainage gates the defenders had forgotten existed. Everywhere, the ground became meat. Everywhere, the fortress drank. The storm above Iseult pulsed with each death. It darkened at the edges, brightened at the center, then split into veins of red lightning that crawled across the clouds. Men who looked up too long forgot which side they served. Orcs who looked up shouted insults at it. Demons bowed or snarled depending on what part of the sky looked back. Carron felt the storm feeding. He also felt the orcs advancing. By the 10th hour, the Alpha Legion had almost won the first day. Almost. The outer beachheads were graveyards. Entire mobs had vanished down to the last screaming grot. The first wall still stood in several places. The daemon gates had slowed the central advance. Artillery had broken the largest vehicle pushers. The kill canyons were clogged with bodies so high that some orc mobs could not physically advance without climbing over 30 layers of dead. The casualty projections were beyond sanity, beyond usefulness, beyond any number that still belonged in war rather than myth. A mortal strategist, shaking before Carron, dared to speak. "My lord, by all measurable standards, the greenskin assault has failed." Carron looked at the hololith. The strategist was correct in the smallest and least useful sense. The orcs had lost enough bodies to depopulate provinces. Their wrecks burned from horizon to horizon. Their mobs were mauled. Their forward elements were shattered. Their dead filled trenches, canyons, fields, bunkers, and the mouths of demon gates. No sane army would continue. No army with discipline would continue. No army that understood loss would continue. The orcs continued. As night fell, they were closer to the inner shrines than they had been at dawn. Not much closer in some sectors. A few hundred yards, a broken wall, a seized trench, a tunnel mouth, a collapsed bridge crossed by corpses. But closer, always closer. The Wa did not retreat from the scale of its dead. It climbed them. Gorgutz's voice rolled through the captured Vox channels as darkness settled over the burning peninsula. "Still coming, Carron." The war room shuddered under an impact from distant artillery. Carron stood very still. His lieutenants waited for orders. They expected the next layer of the labyrinth. They expected feigned weakness, counter-infiltration, supply sabotage, decapitation attempts, false retreats, kill corridors within kill corridors. They expected Alpha Legion war. Carron looked at the map and saw green runes inching toward the shrines. He heard Gorgutz laughing. He felt the chain axe at his back growl through the armor. In that moment, the serpent's patience broke another link. No more containment, Carron said. No one spoke. No more correction, no more redirection, no more allowing the beast to choose the pace. A lieutenant lowered his head. Your command, Lord. Carron drew the chain axe. Its teeth screamed awake, spraying old blood from the mechanism. The sound filled the chamber, louder than the hololith, louder than the storm warnings, louder than the distant guns. Ready the inner rites, open the blood reserves, release the walkers from their chains, send word to every bastion. At dawn, we advance. The lieutenant hesitated only long enough to condemn himself in Carron's eyes, though Carron did not kill him. Advance, Lord! Carron turned toward the outer walls where the Orks still roared in the night. We stop fighting as the Hydra. The storm flashed red above his salt. Carron's voice dropped into something almost reverent. We fight as Khorne demands. That was the beginning of his defeat. Carron entered the battlefield at dawn, and the peninsula of Isolt learned the shape of his wrath. He did not descend from a hidden sanctum. He did not command through veiled relays, dead men's codes, or poisoned orders whispered through corrupted vox. He came through the inner gate of the fortress with the storm burning above him and the ground shaking beneath him, no longer content to be the serpent beneath the stone. The gates of black iron opened as if forced apart by his presence. Chains snapped from their moorings. Cultists nailed to the bastion walls howled praises through split mouths. The air around him shimmered with heat that had no source but hate. He was armed like walking execution. The demon-touched blade hung at his hip, its edge whispering with the need to cut living souls free of flesh. His bolt pistol rested mag-locked at his thigh, black and brutal, every shell a promise of internal ruin. The plasma pistol on his opposite side glowed with caged starfire. The Cornete chain axe was in his hands, its brass teeth screaming awake before the first orc came within reach. Around his gauntlets, warp flame boiled in coils of red and violet, crawling across his fingers without consuming the ceramite. It moved like a living thing. It tasted the air. It wanted bodies. His ascension was near. The storm knew it. The demons knew it. The Alpha Legion knew it, and feared what it meant. Carron strode down from the inner shrine line into the broken killing fields, where orcs had spent the night clawing closer through corpse trenches and shattered wall breaches. His warriors advanced behind him, first uncertain, then drawn forward by the gravity of visible slaughter. Havoc squads took new firing positions. Raptors circled low above the smoke. Ancient walkers, unchained from their vaults, lumbered through the ash with sarcophagus voices, howling murder litanies from broken vox grills. Cultist hordes surged after them, chanting Carron's name, Khorne's name, the Hydra's name, and a dozen other invocations they did not understand. The orcs saw him and roared. Carron answered by raising one hand. Warp flame left his gauntlet in a torrent. The front mob vanished beneath it. Boys burned black in heartbeats. Green muscle cracked and split. Choppers dropped from hands that had become claws of charcoal. The fungus in their blood caught strangely, popping and hissing as if the fire had found hidden spores and taught them agony. Orcs fell forward, still trying to charge, their bodies collapsing into steaming heaps that smoked like wet ash. Carron walked through them. A knob in mega armor came at him through the flame, armor plates glowing, power claw raised. The orc bellowed through a grill full of sparks. Carron did not slow. His chain axe met the claw, screamed along the teeth, then twisted under the guard. The demon blade came free in his other hand and slid through the armor seam beneath the knob's chin. Carron cut upward. The orc's skull split inside the helmet. Carron kicked the body aside before it fell and shot the next boy through the chest with his bolt pistol. The shell detonated inside the orc and painted the trench wall with ribs and green blood. He killed by the score, then by the 100. A mob rushed him across a bridge of dead bodies. He moved among them too fast for their crude swings, too precise for their brute momentum. The chain axe opened torsos. The blade severed arms. Bolt shells burst skulls from within. Plasma fire turned a charging knob into a shape of white light and falling armor scraps. Warp flame curled from Carron's palm and ran along the ground, burning beneath orc boots, climbing legs, entering open mouths, leaving rows of blackened corpses with smoke pouring from their eye sockets. He came upon a death dread at the base of a collapsed shrine. The walker stomped through rubble, saws spinning, guns firing wildly, its pilot screaming threats through a speaker that cracked with static. The machine had already torn apart a squad of cultists and crushed a Chaos Marine under one iron foot. It turned toward Carron, all claws and smoke. Carron lifted both hands. The warp answered. Fire poured into the death dread through every joint, every vent, every weld line. The orc machine staggered. Its guns fired into the sky. Its saws spun faster, then melted. The pilot inside shrieked as the cockpit became a furnace. For several breaths, the walker kept advancing, driven by orc stubbornness and dying engine rage. Then its belly split open, vomiting flame, black smoke, and a burning shape that might once have been the pilot. Carron stepped through the wreck before it finished falling. The Alpha Legion rallied. For one terrible hour, Carron's madness worked. His warriors saw him killing in the open and remembered that terror could be more than deception. They advanced in disciplined murder lines, bolters firing in locked rhythm, each volley punching orcs backward into the heaps behind them. Havoc fire carved the breaches into red-green mist. Raptors dropped into mobs and rose again trailing severed heads. The ancient walkers broke through the corpse ramps, crushing boys under iron feet and tearing killer cans apart with sparking claws. Cultists surged around them, chanting as they died, throwing themselves into orc guns so the legionaries behind could fire over their backs. The peninsula itself seemed to grow teeth. Walls opened to reveal hidden guns. Trenches flooded with flame. Demon wards ignited under orc feet. Collapsing towers fell into mobs and buried them beneath stone and brass. Possessed bastions screamed as they fired, their gun slits blinking like eyes, their ammunition feeds pulsing like throats swallowing shells. The storm above his salt beat downward, feeding the air with pressure until even orcs felt their teeth ache. The tide buckled, not broke, buckled. Gorgutz saw the counterattack from atop a looted gun platform, wedged between two wrecked battle wagons. He saw mobs vanish beneath Carron's flame. He saw mega-armored knobs cut apart. He saw the spiky boss moving like a blade that had learned to hate. Around him, boys shouted that Carron was coming. Knobs demanded to be first to reach him. Mech boys fired guns they had not finished building. Weird boys shook under the pressure of the storm and the wah, green lightning crawling across their skulls. Gorgutz grinned so wide the iron plates in his jaw creaked. "Now, dat," he said, "is a fight." He answered with the biggest mobs. Mega-armored knobs moved first, each one a walking heap of plates, pistons, power claws, saws, glyphs, and bad temper. Tank busters followed with rockets stacked on their backs and explosives hanging from straps. Battle wagons roared into motion, engines overfed, armor patched with pieces of assault's outer wall. Weird boy covens were dragged forward in chains, surrounded by minders with shock poles and helmets made from cooking pots, tank plates, and dead men's skulls. Looted artillery began firing from behind the orc lines, shells landing too close, too far, and sometimes exactly where they needed to land by the grace of volume and insanity. Gorgutz was not subtle now. Warboss logic ruled the hour. When the enemy grew bigger, hit him with everything loud enough to make gods look round. "More Daka!" he roared. The nearest big mech shouted back, "All der Daka's already Dakaing, boss. Den mak der Daka harder." The big mech considered this holy instruction, then began kicking grots into ammunition loaders until the guns fired faster. The orc counterblow crashed into Carron's advance like a mountain falling sideways. Rockets slammed into the ancient walkers. One hellbrute staggered under repeated impacts, howling through its vox as orcs swarmed its legs and hacked at the joints. A battle wagon rammed a land raider hard enough to buckle both prows, and mobs poured over the wrecks into hand-to-hand slaughter. Tank busters fired point-blank into Alpha Legion firing lines, dying in the backwash and laughing as legionaries disappeared in fire. Weird Boy lightning arced across the field, throwing cultists into the air, bursting demon wards, and turning one raptor into a spinning torch that crashed into a trench full of his own side. Carron cut through it toward Gorgutz. Gorgutz came to meet him. They clashed amid collapsing shrines, where the outer sanctuaries had been reduced to ribs of stone and iron. Dead cultists hung from chains above them. Orc glyphs covered the broken walls. Demon fire crawled across the floor in hungry lines. The storm overhead opened and closed like a mouth speaking without words. Carron struck first again. He always struck first. His demon-touched blade cut deeper than before, opening Gorgutz's armor across the chest, carving beneath plates that mech boys had riveted over old wounds. His chain axe followed, screaming against the warboss's side, tearing through armor, flesh, and cable bundles. Gorgutz staggered, spat blood, and swung his power claw in a blow that would have taken Carron in half if it landed cleanly. Carron slipped aside. The claw smashed a shrine pillar instead. Stone exploded. Brass chains whipped through the smoke. A cult priest was cut apart by his own sacred links, his body coming undone in red ribbons as he screamed praise to a god that did not pause to notice. Carron drove warp flame into Gorgutz's face. The warboss roared and slammed forward through it. His headbutt caught Carron in the helm. The impact rang like a bell struck in a tomb. Carron reeled. Gorgutz hit him with a backhand from the power claw, not a clean strike, but enough to hurl him through a broken altar and into a heap of skulls. The skulls burst under his weight. Carron rose at once, armor cracked, flame leaking from the split lines of his gauntlets. "You stand within the heart of my storm," Carron snarled. Gorgutz rolled his shoulders, blood steaming from a dozen cuts. "Yeah, smells bad." Carron advanced, blade high. "You are nothing but appetite." Gorgutz laughed and charged. "And you is still talking." Their weapons met again. Carron cut with the precision of a warlord who had murdered champions across centuries. He opened arteries, severed armor locks, sliced through tendon, stabbed beneath plates, and withdrew before the warboss could fully answer. Each wound was placed. Each movement served the next. Gorgutz hit like a collapsing fortress. He smashed aside masonry, dead orcs, living cultists, and even legionaries forced too close by the press. He used wreckage as cover and ammunition. He kicked a corpse into Carron's legs, then swung over it. He tore a demon statue from its base and hurled it like a boulder. It missed Carron and crushed a squad of Alpha Legion cultists. Gorgutz considered that acceptable. Carron's voice became colder as his rage deepened, which made the rage worse. "I was chosen by the storm. Blood has opened the gate. The gods themselves bend close." Gorgutz blocked a cut with his claw and shoved hard enough to slide Carron backward through ash. "Less yappin'." Carron's armor began to split. At first, it looked like damage from the duel. Cracks opened across his greaves, along the ribs of his chestplate, beneath the hydra scales of his shoulders. Then light shone through them from within. Not reactor light, not firelight. Something redder, older, and more hungry. His spine arched, his gauntlets smoked. Warp flame boiled from his hands in torrents and did not disperse. It circled him. It crowned him. The storm poured downward. A column of impossible pressure struck the shrine around them. Orcs staggered. Cultists burst where they stood. Blood pulled upward from their bodies into the air. Priests screamed as their tongues ignited. Alpha legionaries nearby either knelt in reflexive awe or backed away with bolters raised, because they knew too much of gods to trust one arriving. Beneath Carron's flesh, horns of brass lit ghost-like. They pushed as shadows under his skin, not yet born, not yet fully real. His helm split along one side as his skull tried to become something larger. The chain axe in his hand howled with the voices of all it had killed. The demon blade curved in the heat, its edge drinking the light around it. His shadow grew wrong. broadening across the broken stones into a shape with wings that his body did not yet possess. Carron raised his arms. "I am the storm made flesh." For a heartbeat, even the orcs nearest him stopped. Gorgutz stared. Then he snorted. "Nah, you's just the loudest git I ain't killed yet." The insult crossed the ritual space like a thrown brick through stained glass. Carron screamed, and the storm screamed with him. The sacrificial circle beneath, the shrine ignited, its brass channels filled with blood drawn from trenches across the peninsula. Every corpse in the surrounding field seemed to twitch toward him. The warp bent close. The air became knives. The world waited for Carron to become more than Carron. Gorgutz did not understand the rite. He understood that the spiky boss was glowing, shouting, and standing in the middle of important-looking lines. He also understood that nearby, half buried in the wreckage of a looted engine hauler, something heavy was glowing too. The reactor core had been stolen from a ruined Imperial machine, dragged through 3 battles, wired into 2 wagons, removed after 1 explosion, and abandoned when the mech boy responsible lost interest or died. It throbbed with unstable light, wrapped in chains, glyph plates, and warning seals no orc had bothered to read. It was hot enough to cook the mud beneath it. It hummed with the promise of catastrophic misuse. Gorgutz seized it. The chains burned his hands. The radiation made the teeth in his jaw ache. The weight forced even him to brace both legs in the cracked stone. Carron saw him move, but the storm had him now. Hooks of power sunk deep into his flesh and soul. The Ascension Rite roared toward completion. His Alpha Legionaries began to kneel. Demons bowed their horned heads. Priests clawed open their own throats to feed the circle. Gorgutz hurled the reactor core, not at Carron, at the glowing lines beneath him. The core struck the sacrificial circle with a sound like a god engine's heart breaking. Warp geometry shattered. The explosion was not fire first. It was wrongness. Brass lines inverted. Blood became steam, then glass, then screaming vapor. Priests folded inside out. Orcs vanished into green shadows. Cultists burst into ash statues. Alpha Legionaries were hurled from their feet, armor sparking under impossible pressure. Demons were dragged backward through wounds that opened in the air and closed with the sound of teeth. Then the reactor detonated properly. The shrine disappeared in white heat. Carron survived. He came out of the blast on one knee, half transformed and more monstrous than before. His armor had split wide across the torso, revealing flesh threaded with brass light and blackened veins. One horn had broken through the side of his helm, incomplete and slick with blood. His left hand burned with warp flame that guttered like a dying star. His right still held the chain axe, though half its teeth were molten. The shadow of wings flickered behind him and vanished. The storm above Isolde stuttered, not weakened, not ended, but interrupted. Its mouth closed for a heartbeat. Its lightning faltered. The pressure that had been pouring into Carron recoiled like a beast struck across the snout. Gorgutz rose from behind the wreck of a broken altar, smoking, bleeding, one arm hanging badly for several seconds before he wrenched it back into place with a wet pop. His armor was scorched black. His iron gob was cracked. His eyes shone with savage delight. Carron stood slowly, blood leaking from the broken places where godhood had failed to finish him. Gorgutz saw the blood. He laughed. He laughed loud enough for the orcs to hear. He laughed loud enough for the Alpha Legion to hear. He laughed loud enough for the storm above Kaurava 4th to remember his name. The peninsula of Isolde died by degrees, and every degree was screaming. Its outer walls were gone, not breached but erased, hammered flat beneath drop rocks, looted artillery, burning battle wagons, and the endless green weight of the War. Its kill canyons had become rivers of bodies. Its corpse trenches had overflowed until the dead spilled onto the firing steps and clogged the tracks of tanks still trying to reverse. Its false gates had been torn from their hinges and used as shields. Its demon wards sparked and failed beneath boots, blood, oil, and orc laughter. Its manufactorums burned from within, conveyor lines dragging corpses into machines that no longer knew whether they were making ammunition, food paste, or offerings. The Alpha Legion fortress did not fall like a mortal fortress. It turned on itself. Shrines failed one by one. Brass pylons split down their length and vomited black fire. Bound demons tore loose from carved circles and killed whatever stood nearest, orc, cultist, or legionary. Blood channels cracked and flooded the lower vaults with steaming red. Runoff. Possessed bastions screamed as their walls tore open from inside, their gunslits blinking blind, their heavy weapons firing in spasms until ammunition feeds detonated and blew them apart. Deep below, in vaults sealed since Carron first claimed assault, chained sacrifices drowned standing upright as blood rose past their mouths. Above it all, the warp storm lashed the sky in dying convulsions. It did not fade cleanly. It writhed. It struck downward with red lightning and upward with black rain. Its mouth opened and closed, chewing on the clouds. Shapes moved in the wound between reality and the immaterium, reaching for the world, then shrinking back as the anchors failed. Every time one shrine died, the storm screamed. Every time the storm screamed, orcs shouted louder. They poured through the breaches in impossible numbers. Boys came over corpse ramps with choppers raised. Knobs smashed through bunker mouths and dragged defenders into the open. Grots crawled beneath wreckage, stabbing wounded men and stealing grenades from the dead. Burner mobs drowned trenches in fire. Tank busters fired at towers until the towers fell, then fired at the rubble in case it was still looking at them funny. Killer cans stumbled through flame with buzzsaws shrieking. Deaf dreads tore apart gun emplacements. Battle wagons rolled over bodies until their wheels vanished beneath clotted meat. Squiggoths pushed through falling stone, bleeding from 100 wounds and still biting anything close enough to become food. The orcs died in heaps. They killed everything they could reach. The Alpha Legion fractured, but it did not rout. The Hydra fought even with its spine broken. A cell hidden beneath the Eastern Manufactorum waited until 3 mobs crossed the loading floor, then detonated the furnaces and sent a pillar of white fire through the roof. The orcs died laughing, and the cell died with them. A fallback tunnel beneath the southern shrine collapsed under prearranged charges, swallowing a column of boys and the Alpha Legion squad, retreating ahead of them. An assassination team emerged from beneath a pile of corpses and killed 2 knobs carrying Gorgutz's glyph before being torn apart by the 3rd. Havoc squads fired until their barrels warped and their ammunition ran dry, then drew blades and died in silence beneath green bodies. A land raider, immobilized and burning, continued firing from its sponsons until orcs pried open the hull and filled the crew compartment with flame. Even in defeat, they were murderously precise. Every retreat was a trap. Every dead end had teeth. Every bunker surrendered only after taking 3 times its number into the grave. Legionaries killed from shadows, vents, tunnels, roof lines, corpse mounds, and smoke. They used their own wounded as bait. They used cultists as minesweepers. They fired into melees where their brothers fought because orcs were packed thicker around them. They did not break. They became smaller wars inside the larger one. Carron no longer saw them. He stood within the central warp shrine, where Isolt's deepest altar clawed at the storm through black iron and brass. The shrine had been built from ruin and blasphemy. Broken Aquilus hung upside down from chains. Flayed banners stirred in a wind that blew from nowhere. Brass ribs arched overhead, each carved with kill runes and hydra coils. Orc wreckage had punched through the outer wall and remained there, half melted into the sacred geometry. Glyph plates fused to demon stone. The floor was a mandala of blood grooves, cracked by the reactor blast, still trying to drink from the battlefield. Around the shrine, orcs and chaos marines slaughtered one another in a ring of fire, smoke, and falling stone. Carron waited at the center. He had become something half-finished and therefore more terrible. One brass horn jutted from the ruin of his helm, while the other remained a glowing pressure beneath split ceramite. His armor had opened in places, not broken away but stretched around a body trying to become larger. Black veins ran through exposed flesh. Warp flame crawled over his arms. His chain axe was ruined but still snarling. His demon-touched blade still cut the air where he merely turned it. Blood leaked from him in slow, smoking lines, each drop hissing as it struck the ritual floor. He fought like a fallen demigod because he had nothing left to become except one. An orc mob broke through the western arch. Carron lifted his hand and burned them alive before they crossed the threshold. Flame filled their mouths, eye sockets, and lungs. They collapsed into blackened fungus, weapons clattering from claws that had become brittle hooks. A knob in mega armor crashed through the smoke, claw raised, armor scorched, but still moving. Carron met him with the diamond blade, cut through the power cabling, severed the elbow, then drove the chain axe into the knob's chest until the teeth chewed through armor, ribs, hearts, and spine. Another knob came, then another. Carron carved them apart with hatred too focused to be called skill alone. He split skulls, opened bellies, cut arms from shoulders, and burned wounded orcs before they could crawl away. His cruelty was immense, but it had narrowed. He no longer saw the war as a system. He no longer counted positions, supplies, escape routes, or cells. He saw only blood. He saw insult. He saw the green brute that had laughed while godhood slipped through Carron's fingers. Gorgutz drove toward him through the shrine ring. Not for strategy now, for the head. The war boss came through smoke with the War behind him and inside him. His armor was ruined, patched, scorched, and still massive. His iron gob was cracked across one side. Blood ran from wounds Carron had opened and from newer wounds taken on the way in. His power claw snapped shut on a Chaos Marine and crushed ceramite, bone and organs into a sparking ruin. He hurled the corpse into another legionary, knocking him from the altar steps before boys swarmed him. A shrine pillar fell between Gorgutz and a line of bolter fire. He used it as cover, not by careful doctrine, but by instinct, honed through a lifetime of surviving things that should have killed him. Bolt shells hammered the stone. He waited half a breath, then shoved the pillar over with his shoulder. It crushed 2 Alpha Legionaries beneath it. He grabbed one of the dead by the leg and hurled the armored body at Carron like a missile. Carron cut it apart in mid-flight, but the distraction gave Gorgutz 3 more strides. Carron raised warp fire. Gorgutz ducked behind a broken altar slab as flame washed over it, melting brass and charring the dead nailed to its surface. He came around the side before the fire ended, faster than something his size had any right to move, and swung his claw low. Carron leapt back. The claw tore through the floor, ripping up blood channels and glyph plates. The 2 monsters closed. Carron's blade struck first, slicing across Gorgutz's chest and opening old wounds beneath new armor. Gorgutz answered with a shoulder charge that sent Carron sliding across the broken circle. Carron recovered and fired his plasma pistol. The shot struck Gorgutz in the side, burning through plates and flesh, turning the air foul with cooked meat and vaporized oil. Gorgutz staggered, roared, and kept coming. Carron cut him again, deeper. Gorgutz hit him harder. The warboss did not outmatch Carron in bladecraft. He could not. Carron's strikes were precise, ancient, honed by centuries of murder and sharpened further by demonic hunger. But Gorgutz was the War made flesh. He absorbed punishment no human commander could comprehend. He learned with every wound. He timed his rushes with falling masonry, with orc mobs crashing into legion lines, with artillery impacts shaking the shrine. He used the battlefield as part of his body, the way an orc boss used everything not nailed down as either weapon, shield, or joke. Carron drove the demon blade into Gorgutz's shoulder. The warboss trapped it there by twisting his body forward, locking the weapon in meat and armor. Carron tried to tear it free. Gorgutz smashed his forehead into Carron's helm. The cracked brass horn snapped at the base. Carron staggered, and the storm above shrieked as if struck. Carron ripped the blade free and slashed across Gorgutz's face, cutting through iron gob, cheek, and one eye ridge. Blood poured down the warboss's jaw. "You are an animal," Carron snarled, wounded, burning, half divine, and wholly furious. Gorgutz spat blood and broken metal onto the altar. "Yeah, and you's about to be a trophy." He came in low, impossibly brutal, shoulder first through Carron's flame. Warp fire crawled over him. It burned armor plates black, cooked flesh, ignited straps, and made his skin split. He kept moving. Carron raised the chain axe. Gorgutz caught the haft in his claw and crushed. The weapon screamed as its teeth shattered. Carron abandoned it and drew the bolt pistol, firing point blank into Gorgutz's torso. The shells detonated inside the warboss's armor. Green blood burst from the exit wounds. Gorgutz used the pain to remember exactly where Carron stood. He slammed his claw into Carron's chest. The blow did not cut him in half. The armor, the warp, and the unfinished ascension held, but it drove him backward into the broken central altar. Black iron cracked, brass ribs bent, flayed banners fell into the blood grooves. Carron struck the altar hard enough that the demonic geometry beneath him flared, trying to complete what the ritual had begun. The storm bent down again, weakly, hungrily. Carron reached for it with one burning hand. Warp fire gathered in his palm. The brass light beneath his flesh surged. The shadow of wings opened behind him, shaking, incomplete, desperate to become real. Gorgutz saw the hand rise. He did not understand ascension. He understood that the spiky git was about to do something. The power claw closed around Carron's wrist. Carron's flame burst against the metal, scorching it red, melting glyph plates, boiling grease from the joints. Gorgutz roared, not in fear but in effort, and wrenched sideways. The arm broke first at the armor joint, then at the bone, then tore loose in a spray of blood, cables, and warp fire. The gathered flame died screaming. Carron reeled. For one heartbeat, the almost god was only a wounded thing against a broken altar. Gorgutz hit him again. The claw smashed him down into the black iron. Carron's helm split fully. The remaining horn cracked. His demon blade fell from his hand and skittered across the ritual floor. He tried to speak a command, a curse, a prayer, perhaps all three. Gorgutz stepped onto his chest and pinned him there while the shrine collapsed around them. Carron looked up through broken lenses. The storm above him began to withdraw. "No," he said. Gorgutz leaned down. "Yes." The claw came down. It took the head before ascension could finish. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Isolde screamed. The central shrine split from floor to ceiling. The blood grooves emptied at once, their contents boiling away into red mist. Brass pylons bent inward. Demons howled as their anchors failed. Possessed walls convulsed and sloughed flesh like diseased skin. Across the peninsula, surviving Alpha legionaries felt the command structure die, but not the war. Cells continued fighting. Traps still triggered. Tunnels still collapsed. Hidden guns still fired. The Hydra's head snapped and bit in every direction. But the storm had lost its mouthpiece. Above Kaurava 4th, the wound in the sky began to disperse. It receded in violent spasms, dragging lightning back into itself, shedding red clouds and black rain. The pressure lifted by painful inches. Vox channels cleared in bursts. Astropaths stopped screaming and died quietly. Demon things shrank, faded, or clawed at the ground as the Immaterium pulled them home. The sky did not become clean. Kaurava had no clean sky left to offer. But the great screaming wound faded from open mouth to scar, from scar to bruise, from bruise to a dark stain among the stars. The Orks did not understand the metaphysics. They knew the sky stopped screaming after the boss got his trophy. That was enough. Gorgutz emerged from the central shrine carrying Carron's head by the broken horn. Blood and black fire still dripped from the severed neck. The face inside the ruined helm was twisted in fury, disbelief, and the last unfinished hunger of a creature that had almost become something worse. Around Gorgutz, the remaining Orks roared until stones fell from the walls. Boys beat choppers against armor. Knobs bellowed his name. Mech boys fought over pieces of Carron's broken weapons before the blood cooled. Grots tried to touch the head and were kicked away. The Alpha Legion did not kneel. Those still alive withdrew, vanished, detonated their dead, sealed their tunnels, or fought until Orks dragged them down. Their lord was dead. But the Hydra did not offer the galaxy such simple mercy as extinction. Some would escape. Some would seed new lies. Some would claim Carron had always been expendable. Some would say the true plan was elsewhere. Perhaps they would even believe it. Gorgutz did not care. He had the head. By the next dawn, Carron's head was mounted above the prow of a vast war engine built from a looted land raider, 3 battle wagons, a shrine gate, and the still smouldering bones of an Alpha Legion demon engine. The head was fixed on an iron spike beneath a crude glyph that showed a Hydra being bitten in half. Every time the engine moved, the head swung and dripped onto the armor plates below. A mech boy wired a vox horn through the broken helm so the wind made it hiss. The Orks declared this hilarious. Gorgutz stood beneath it, 1 foot on the engine prow, his body bandaged, plated, burned, stitched, and still refusing the concept of defeat. Behind him, Kaurava burned. Its worlds were wrecked, bled, looted, seeded, and claimed. Its roads were Ork roads. Its forts were Ork forts. Its dead were trophies, spores, ash, or stories. The system that had tried to swallow him had become a staging ground. A big mech looked up at the mounted head. "Boss, we keep in displace." Gorgutz stared across the ruined peninsula, past the dying fires, toward the void where other worlds waited. "We keep the good bits," he said. "We build bigger ships. We get more lads. We find more fights." The mobs listened. The Wa listened. Even the fading sky seemed to listen. Gorgutz raised his power claw, still blackened from Carron's flame. "Right, lads. That was the warm-up.